Alright, welcome back guys to another AC Unity stream. Continuing with the historic order run of all the missions in this game. And yeah, we're currently at the tail end of the year 1792, about to head into 93, and doing quite a few main story missions, which kind of like again happen back to back. But yeah, before we head back into the main story, we're gonna focus on some side stuff for both the ones that are still set in 92 and also some that don't have a specific year, just to get like more of the side stuff done before we head into the final chapters of the game. So yeah, that's the plan for today. Also, hey there, Rich and Jacket, welcome in, thank you for joining. I hope you're having a good day. And yeah, I'm doing pretty good. Having a nice day so far. Definitely looking forward to playing more of this game too.
Why so bashful? Fashion's the only thing I got in mind! Thunder and sky! Shit!
Okay, there it is. Right, let's have a look on the map here to see what kind of missions we have around. And also if we can do them as well. Let's see. Okay, this one we can do, apparently. You're such nice weather today, but you're waiting for groceries, so you have to stay home. Ah, I gotcha. That's definitely fair. I hope they arrive soon so you can, you know, enjoy nice weather today still. Fagano? That animation. Amazing. Oh, look at this. We got a cat. Almost looks like Arno is petting her. But yeah, we also have really lovely weather. Like yesterday as well. Basically sunshine for the entire day. I got a massive sunburn though. But it was worth it. You hear chest or something? Yeah, there was one quite close by. We cover the memoirs of a legendary highwayman, Cartouche.
What's the trouble, monsieur? You?
Born near the temple in Paris, the man who came to be known only as Cartouche robbed carriages on the roads and mansions in the city. And yet, despite his brigandage, chicanery, and non-stop misdeeds, Cartouche became popular with the Parisian populace. He was known to target the rich in what was otherwise a bleak period marked by economic crisis and meager means of subsistence. There were a number of songs in praise of Cartouche. Betrayed by a henchman, he was locked away in the Grand Châtelet before being broken on the wheel on November 28, 1721. Ever placed the grave in front of a large crowd eager to see the robber who had for so long defied the police, and indirectly the monarchy. Missed off a bit about his years with the Brotherhood. The crafty Kozna, broken on the wheel, there's a story in that.
We two are trouble in our own way, no? My name is Cartouche. Do you know it?
I do indeed. Cartouche was a fighter for the people, a lover of liberty, and a bit of a crook.
And an assassin as well.
But he died decades ago, beaten to a pulp by the king's men. So forgive me if I'm skeptical.
Your doubt does you credit. But I have the proof. Only my memoir has been stolen. By Templars, no less. We cannot let them keep the assassin's secrets written within.
I'll recover these pages for you, citizen. If only to hear the wild conclusion of this utter cock and bull story.
That dialogue. Well, let's find out if he's lying or not. The fuck? Why are these guys lying dead here? I didn't kill them.
Hey! You want some fun? I'll happily cut your innards out to play with. Hey! What are you afraid of? I've only ever... Yeah. Hold him, all right? Shit! Dropping like flies around here.
Behind you. Huh? Who'd he pike off to?
Stop him! Or,
Oh. Got a few people behind us right now. I don't believe I can get up here though, so...
Something's not right.
Something's not right. Okay, they're still like investigating, so I wanna wait until we're back to Record Stealth. Like that.
Moderate scum!
For some reason I couldn't assassinate him there. Too much to getting to be stealthy again.
Rather meet with you. Oh, go Patriots! Die!
Get him! Work your way behind him. Shit! I've got ya! Hey, show yourself.
Right, that's one part. I think I'm gonna wait until I have the first memoir, so we can read that before the second part.
Get over here! I'll serve you up my famous tooth explosion!
I think I'll pass on that.
Horson! You won't lose me!
Stop, you!
Dude, you weren't supposed to go to these guys. It's alright.
Die like a man! Hold it, you!
The manuscript is in a very poor condition. Many pages are missing or illegible. However, it is possible to make out some paragraphs. Born into Squalor, I have lived a life of debauchery, depredation, and crime. It has been glorious. My youth was the usual series of petty thefts lived by all my companions in the northern reaches of Paris. At the age of 15, things took an unusual turn during the burglary of a charming mansion. 2 pages are scorched beyond readability. As you assume that Mademoiselle de N paid the knowing temptress Delilah to my innocent Samson, no, I seized upon all temptations as a matter of honor. This particular one was simply more delightful than any I had known. Mademoiselle de N instructed me in the arts of pleasure. You're by no means handsome, she told me severely, therefore your weapon must be charm. Use it in abundance. Like wine, no one ever believes they have imbibed too much. My craggy scar and smashed nose, heretofore regarded as defects, became features that marked me apart. A crooked smile and engaging manner carried me much further than many a more well-formed swain. A gentle witticism can gain entry to unimagined. Several sentences are smudged with ash. She taught me also how to extract the fruit of an orange from within by the way of a small slice to its covering. This skill proved to be of astonishing use. In fact, the priest banned me from the confessional. The details of my sins were too licentious for shelping years. I was consigned to sin and sin again and again, without hope of redemption. Here a number of pages are too stained and torn to be read. The corner of the carriage on the road to Arras, 3 dukes smoking within, 3 dukes foolish enough to carry far too much silver and finery. Such a large bounty was not to be hoarded. The nobles continued their journey on foot with their underclothes, while we shared and spent the riches among the villagers and thus made allies along the route. Allies that were to prove useful throughout my life. Here the bulk of my manuscript appears to have been simply lost. It recommences in the midst of Cartouche's famous public execution. Search a wide crowd for familiar faces and you can be sure there were some. Creased into their features, a mixed reaction to my plight and humiliation. For dear reader, the human creature is given too many emotions, or contending for expression at the same instant. Indeed, it is rare that a simple emotion reigns in the human heart, and there in those faces of many I had helped in times of need, many who had thieved and briganded at my side, I discerned 2 humors vying for supremacy. The first, an ancient desire to help me and relieve my distress. Perhaps even to lift my punishment for me. However, the other emotion detected was of a darker hue, the desire to see a man torn to shreds, the desire for blood, pain and death. Even friends can lament one's loss and still revel in the glorious spectacle. Such is the human animal. In the event, I was searching for one face only. Surely, she would wish me a safe journey to death, even if it meant leaving the bed of another a few minutes early. Alas, I saw neither her raven ringlets nor her flashing eyes. I was roughly hauled onto the scaffold. The great wheel, the instrument built to inflict unimagined pain as a prelude to bloody death, stood before me. It appeared somehow too small for such a mortal purpose. The executioner pushed me against the rough-hewn logs and lashed leather straps, worn ragged by scores of damned swords before me, about my wrists and feet. At this moment he took an extraordinary action. He blocked the crowd's view with his stout body, and in thrice shoved a wet, bulbous bag between my back and the wheel. What? I managed. He glanced at me and spat through his teeth. Pig's bladder, filled with blood. He then looked to the crowd. I followed his gaze, not daring to hope, but there it was she. He was looking toward Mireille. Oh, what a tide of emotion crashed upon my beaten soul in that moment. My beloved Mireille had come to rescue me, but at a price I could not doubt, of having yielded to the lusts of a brutish executioner. The man who looked me in the eyes and shoved a much smaller bladder into my mouth. But when it's time. He raised his hand to quiet the crowd, then threw his massive weight onto the lever. The wheel gave an ancient groan as if it's awakening. My arms, legs and spine pulled up taut even while the straps cut into my flesh. The crowd erupted in delight and horror. The length of my body is gain of pain. Ah. Such rapture flowed through the assembled masses. They shouted for more. More. In crazed desperation, I tried to physically pull back, as if I could by force of muscle and sinew prevent the weird stretch revolution. The giant pulled with greater force, putting me into an excruciating stretch. Sweat now beaded my brow, and with yet another pull of a lever began to stream down my chest. The small bladder in my mouth prevented me from screaming. In fact, it was difficult to breathe. Another pull of a lever, and I felt the very joints of my shoulders begin to pull apart. If this was a rescue, it was of a dire sort. I gave into the wheel, no longer attempting to slow its progress, and progress it did. I felt a tendon in my leg spring loose, as if I were a cooked pigeon. Then my upper arm separated from my shoulder with a sickly pop. The effect was, perversely, to lessen the pain, as though my body had slack in it. But this was short-lived. Again the lever creaked. Again the crowd roared. Again my muscles stretched near breaking. Surely the bladder must break. I attempted weakly to press back upon its speed to the deception. But another pull by the oafish torturer ended all thought of making an effort. He pulled, and yes, there. My other shoulder gave away. Oh, what a painful jolt I felt. My two arms freed of all, anchor to myself. But this last was enough. The bladder beneath me broke, sending a spurt of red blood down my back and my legs, as if my entrails had exploded. The crowd went mad with joy, capped by the delirium they experienced, and when I jumped into the bladder between my teeth, filling my mouth with thick pig's blood, which I spat out in disgust and fell back in a swoon, I lost all conscience. The next pages seem to have been soaked in water sometime in the past. Nothing is legible until the very end. So it was that my apprenticeship began, wherein I stole and sweated and committed crimes, no longer for myself and my recognition, but rather for an odd pack of scabrous folk, the assassins, of whom Meryl was the leader. And reader, my labors there must live and die forever in silence. Damn, what a story. So yeah, I had to pretend that he was being executed, which meant that he still had to get, severely hurt, essentially. But yeah, he survived to live to tell. Oh, save a levy? Welcome in. But yeah, everybody believed he was actually dead.
Come here!
But yeah, it turns out he isn't. It's going pretty good, just getting started with some Unity. Doing some side missions that don't really have a set year before we head back into the main story. But yeah, definitely enjoying it so far.
That mongrel like to see you try, did you?
Hey Vijay. Claim me the first. Oh yeah.
The memoirs. Yes, give them to me. Truth be told, they're not mine exactly. The real Cartouche, Louis Dominique, survived execution and became an assassin just as is written here. Before he did die, he passed these to my predecessor, an assassin like myself, who also took the name of Cartouche. I have carried on the work of my forebears, filching from the wealthy to feed the impoverished, and I have plied my trade well. Yet here, I find myself an old man, stretched thin and slowed by time, eager to find another to carry on my work, and bear the name Cartouche into a new century.
I see. And am I the lucky inheritor?
I find you a worthy candidate, to be sure. I will keep watch over your progress, and make my decision another day.
So it's like a name giving for what? Standing more for an idea than a specific person. That's fair. Also got quite a bit of money there. Finally have a time to go to the supermarket. Ah, very nice. Did you get anything special? Okay, let's go to the shopkeeper here. Gotta refill some ammunition and smoke bombs and stuff. Okay, this one isn't set in a specific year either, so we can do it already. Turtle, snake, bear, paper, scissors. Give a turtle, the snake and the bear, 3 thugs who are terrorizing the neighborhood. Some caramel iced coffee, the one you said was really nice. How, yeah. Sounds delicious. Definitely the weather for some iced coffee, that's for sure. It's very suited, also intense coffee flavor. You love it. Yeah, that's fair. Yeah, the stronger the coffee flavor, the more sugar I need usually as well. So that works quite well together. Especially in iced coffee.
3 men are terrorizing the neighborhood.
Sans-a-lot. The term sans-a-lot literally those without culottes or breeches. Initially referred to the common men who committed acts of violence in the name of the revolution. They were so named because they belonged to the lower classes, who wore pantalons, trousers rather than culottes, breeches. Have you been to France lately? Many of the men don't wear trousers even now. Over time, the term would expand to include all those who were opposed to the aristocracy and the counter-revolution.
Stealing, fighting, drinking, passing off counterfeit money, taking whatever and whoever they want. If we resist, they threaten us with the guillotine. They have names for themselves. The big one's the turtle, the slimy one calls himself the snake, and the really, really brutal one is the bear. All right in front of us, all around the marketplace.
Give beggars some coin. Do we even have the skill to get it? We don't, but we could get the skill, I guess. Then we can finish this world event. And yeah, that's definitely fair levy.
You back down this minute. Non, justement. Do as you're told.
just a few guards here. Okay, how about we go up here? Can I jump over to the side? Yeah, I can. It's kind of cool. You can like do a wall run, even if there's like no grabbable. Then still do like a side eject like that to gain a lot of height. Yeah, it really is, Levy. Never really get tired of this gameplay.
Stay there, citizen.
Stay there, citizen.
That's not good. Where are you?
Stop there, citizen! Our revolution! How you get somebody to do
Ah, very nice, Levy. You definitely have to get some watermelon as well soon. Can't wait to have some. Okay, is there a way to get down here? There isn't. So many guys here.
Swore I was just behind.
Is there an entrance from the side? Nope. I mean, down there, I guess, so we could try to kill these guys.
That lot won't complain again, that's for damn sure. Did you see the face on that fish movie? I nearly shit my pants. Not as bad as he shit his.
About fancy pasta again for a weekend? Hell yeah. That sounds very nice. Allow me some fancy pasta.
Hey! Hold still, you runt! I've got a message for you! Citizen, you there, hold! I could crush you soon as blink. Just squeeze you into a bloody pulp! You...
Alright. I reckon this one is part of like a specific year. Let's have a look real quick. Yeah, this one is November 93. What about this Paris story here? Okay, this one isn't.
J'espère qu'il n'est pas sujet au vertige. Mon gentilhomme, ne vous faites
Vicious Verses. The cover, André Chenier's satirical verses.
You there? Are you the muse to answer my call?
Poet André Marie Chenier was a student of the classics in ancient Greece. He rubbed shoulders with the foremost library and aristocratic circles and was noticed for his writing. His ambition was to become the modern Homer. During the revolution, he contributed to the Journal de Paris, denouncing the revolution's excesses and openly criticizing Robespierre, Marat, and the painter Jacques-Louis David with satirical poems. Having become a target during the September massacre, he left Paris for the provinces and was arrested and guillotined in 1794.
The pleadings of a poet with the honor of France in his heart. Say the name Jacques-Louis David and see if you don't gag on the sound. Well, I have written a series of poems satirizing the life of that most despicable propagandist. Sadly, the final verses are under lock and key in my abode. If you could retrieve them, the people of France would learn the truth about David and his confabulations. And my legacy would be assured. Go.
Hold a moment, citizen!
I'm not seeing it. That's a matter of pride, mostly. Can't think for you,
So say you. I've been laughing my ass
I've
off.
never understood
Only
the
way to
poets
keep your
myself.
head on.
What's in these we should worry about?
Colourful metaphors, trenchant hyperbole, that sort of thing. All the sort of rubbish the overeducated adore.
We're looking to kill a man over a few metaphors?
As good as any other given reason these days.
C'est vrai, c'est vrai.
Conversation. Like, yeah, people die for anything nowadays. Why not for poems or metaphors?
Si je vous ai causé le moindre tort,
Je vous en prie, je me rachèterai. Mais épargnez-moi. Come over here and I'll kill you.
I don't think so.
Barney qui l'a bu.
Have you read the Shenye verses? Oh God, I thought I might faint with laughter.
David is a snake, you know. He changes allegiance as quickly as money changes hands. How sad to see such a talent bought for so little.
David painted for the king. Now he works for Robespierre. And if all this crumbles to dust, he'll work for the next despot with a heavy purse. That's how these things work, sadly.
That's kind of cool. I like hidden dialogue here as part of the quest.
My verse! Bravo, mon ami, bravo! Now all of France may hear the conclusion of Le Jeu de Paume and see the true hues that color Jacques-Louis David. Oh, they'll lose their heads with laughter, I guarantee.
Genie poem, The Young Captive. The budding shoot ripens unharmed by the scythe, without fear of a press on vine branches live. Through springtide the green clusters bloom. Is it strange then, that I my life's morning hour, though troubles like clouds on the dark present lower, half frightened shrink back from my doom? Let the stern-hearted stoic run boldly on death. I weep and I hope to the north wind show breath. I bend when wrecked is my form, if days where are bitter, there are days also sweet, enjoyment unmixed where on earth may we meet. What ocean has never a storm? Illusions the first assuage half my pain, the walls of a prison enclose me in vain. The strong wings of hope bear me far, so escapes from the net of a foaler the bird, so darts he through either, while his music is heard. Like showers of sweat sound from a star. Comes death unto me, I sleep tranquil and calm, and peace when I waken stands by with her balm. Remorse is the offspring of crimes, my welcome each morning smiles forth in all eyes. My presence is here to sad brows, a surprise which kindles to pleasure at times. The end of my journey seemed so far to my view of the elm trees which border the long avenue. The nearest I only pass by. At the banquet of life I have barely sit down, my lips have but pressed the bright foaming crown of the wine in my cup, bubbling high. I'm only in spring, the harvest I'd see from season to season like the sun I would be, intent on completing my round, shining bright in the garden, its honor and queen. As yet by the beams of the morning I've seen, I wait for each stillness profound. O death, thou canst wait, leave me to dream, and strike at the hearts where despair is supreme, and shame holds thy dart as a boon. For me, pelts has arbors unknown to the thrones. The word has delights, the muses have songs. I wish not to perish too soon. Prisoner myself, broken-hearted and crushed, from my heart to my lips all my sympathies rushed. At my lyre from its slumbers awoke. At these sorrows, these wishes of a captive I heard, and to rhyme and to measure I married each word, as softly and simply she spoke. Should the song of my prison hereafter inspire some student with leisure, and aim to inquire, this answer at least may be given, that grace marked her figure, her action, her speech, and such as lived near her, blameless might teach. That life is the best gift of heaven. Translated by Toru Dat, 1856 to 1877. It was actually really nice. I liked it a lot. Like, also the whole, you know, topic about, you know, criticizing the revolution, I guess. Also from the perspective of looking at the revolutionists. Because, yeah, the motives were, you know, very noble. Like equality, liberty. But obviously, you know, how many people had to die for that to happen? And how many people also died who were basically, you know, innocent in the name of liberty. And hey Vamola, welcome in. How's it going? Thank you for joining. Hope you're having a good day so far. Okay, let's have a look over to this social club mission as well. Can do this one.
Stop right there! You're trying to muscle in on my domain! You traitor, die! Down you go!
Thanks for the backup.
I have a mission for you.
Let's see if I can connect with you online. Connection failed. Never mind. Indeed, just another Murder Monday. Reckon you're gonna finish off AC2 today, right? Also make a start on Brotherhood, maybe? Now that you finished with the riddles, I think you're basically done with the game, aren't you? I think you have like a few more assassinations, right? And then the Codex, I gotcha. Yeah, it's gonna be great, dude. I'm really looking forward to see what you think of the ending of AC2 and then also how it flows over to Brotherhood. But yeah, like, I still get chills thinking back, you know, how I felt seeing that ending. Last mission you did was saving Gafrina's kids. Ah, okay, so you haven't gotten back to Florence yet. I see. Yeah, then you still have like one more sequence with a few more assassinations, but that one isn't too long either. So, yeah, I think you should probably definitely get to finish it today. Assassinate the Templars within the ruling council of 500 in the Palais Bourbon. Several Templars have managed to join the ruling council of 500 in the Palais Bourbon. From this seat of power, the Templars are using their influence to continue the reign of terror. Assassinate the embedded Templars to curtail their influence.
Hey, you there! Stop!
Over here.
Un excellent moyen d'éviter la vue. Je ne peux pas être plus heureux.
Come here, you maggot! Shit! Oh!
I mean, wanted me to come over there?
Last night, decided I don't owe you anything. Captain?
Lieutenant.
Bobby, Sergeant, you look tired. Don't bash me! All of you! Move up!
I'll knock you left. You're right.
Should probably try to climb the building here.
All of you, do as you're told.
Soon enough.
And approach it from the top side. Anno. I can't assassinate this guy. Because he's like on a platform or something.
Clever son of a... Where? Bloody... Morel.
Alright then.
You looking for a serious... You can't get away, you bastard!
I'll have your head.
Move up!
I wonder if this Templar goes out of his location. Definitely seems to be moving, at least. If it works. There's one more foe, isn't there? This region? Question as well. There you are.
There's a simple solution for a problem like him, I suppose.
Won't escape me, citizen!
Pourquoi fait-il ça?
You're not allowed! Move away!
Ce qui fait trouble les humains.
And it's the guillotine! Move your
And hey Verrot, welcome in Senny. Thank you so much for the raid, and welcome in Raiders. I hope you had a great rest of the stream today with Red Dead Redemption. Hope we got some gold medals collected. And yeah, welcome to some AC Unity. Currently at the tail end of the year 1792. Just doing some side missions that don't really have a set date. So we can finish and do a bit more progress with those kind of like content. Bag. Attack me for throwing money. We have 17 gold and 40 left to get. Oh, that's good progress, dude.
That's it, you coward! Run
Yeah, I can imagine some of them being quite frustrating, especially with the AI, you know. Like the whole thing with the cows just jumping to their deaths.
You there! Stop!
Yo, that musket. Standing there in perfect balance. Would be a shame if somebody knocked that over. And yeah, it's been going pretty good. We're currently at 50% total sync. So definitely more than halfway through a playthrough since we don't go for 100% total sync. But yeah, still got you know, heaps of stuff left to do here. It's definitely gonna be a couple more streams until we finish this game. Yeah, I wanna get this cocaine over here.
No more! Move back, or I'll move you myself! That's it! You're not allowed! Move away!
Oh no no. Oh no.
I'll knock you sideways! Back down! Halt! Do not stop right there!
Ah, okay, interesting. I actually just learned something. If you press down and then right, he will actually keep to the current, you know, platform that he's climbing. So that's how I can control it instead of like going to the right. However, if you only press to the left here, it would make the jump over there. But yeah, if you do down and then to the side, go around the same platform instead. Actually, just learned something new about the combat, about the parkour. That's amazing. But that was damn annoying. So far, there's 3 missions you have set aside to try for gold in another stream, since you had tried a few times but didn't get it. Oh, that's definitely fair as well, you know, to kind of like do those later, instead of trying to, you know, do it until you get it immediately. Also, thanks for the GG's, dude. That's kind of curious why the outfits command doesn't work, because I changed it earlier. Maybe it didn't save? Hold on. And Hava Aura, welcome in. Ah, okay, so I had it changed to Unity, but I didn't activate it. That would explain it. But yeah, it should work now, I hope. Yeah, definitely can be annoying, Rod. So it's great that there is actually like a mechanic that, you know, takes care of it. But yeah, I had no idea. But yeah, just gets to show how deep the parkour system actually is, yeah, you know, that there's like things like that hidden within. Would be kind of cool if they would create like a guide with every single input that you can have for people who just don't, you know, haven't spent like countless of hours on the game already. Kind of like a move list in, you know, like combat games and stuff. Cheers, Rod. Thank you for choosing Arno's Fearless outfit. I love that one. It's like one of my absolute favorites. So yeah, I've also activated the outfit options for like regular sets, like, you know, for example, the musketeer set or military set, which are also choosable. However, whenever they are chosen, I can basically decide myself which level of the gear it is. So I could kind of like combine a master musketeer hood with, you know, like an improved musketeer coat or something. Because often I would not have the set of like the same rarity or kind of like level. But yeah, I thought it would be cool to also include those as like possible kind of like stouts, since the outfit options are kind of limited right now. At least for the like authentic outfits for the time. I didn't include the legacy outfit for now. But I might at a later point. But it's great finding out new methods in games you've played heaps. Just goes to show how much in a game can be done but isn't pointed out by tutorial or any other indication. Exactly, dude. And I feel like AC definitely has that a lot in like all of its games, where you have like hidden mechanics that people just don't realize you can do. Like crouching in, you know, the early games. Or like in AC1, you know, the voting, the air assassinations and stuff. Yeah, Edward's outfit looks really good in this game. Just super clean, and the clothing physics are fantastic as well. I usually don't wear it too much because I associate it way more with Edward, of course. But it's definitely nice to have. Like, I always enjoy the inclusion of legacy outfits. Very short. Enjoy your lurk, dude. Okay, let's do another enigma. We have like another 9 or so left of these to do. Oh, nice. We also collected 100 cocates now, which means we unlocked the black color die. Yeah, pure shadow. Hell yeah. Okay, that means I don't have to collect any more cocates because we unlocked every reward that they unlock, essentially. The rest of them would only be for like completionist sake. On the palace where Bourbon's daughter lived, the assembly meets on a bridge facing south. I think that's where it just was, wasn't it? Yeah. Rich and poor face the wheel of time, traverse south across the water or river Styx. Okay, so we gotta go south here. So this direction. Parkour. Extreme parkour. Hey there, Kobe. Welcome in. Thank you for joining. And happy Monday. So river Styx. Further south. I mean, I believe it's down in this region here, so it should be quite a way. Let's go over there. Thanks, Kobe. Yeah, I hope you're doing well.
Dare you, sir?
How dare you, sir? Hey, the wyvern. Apart from the McFarlane outfit, this is your favorite one? Yeah, I love this one. I think this is also one they use for the promotion material the most. Yeah, I think it really fits Arno. Looks also quite similar to the starting outfit with like the colors and the simplicity of it. But yeah, the McFarlane one is also really cool, with the coat like being very unique in its shape and stuff.
Here, brother.
Got him. Having a bit of a full schedule, but this week is a bit more relaxed. Just gotta get to a rehearsal later. Ah, very nice. What are you rehearsing for? Is it like a theater play?
You a royalist? Eh? Oi!
Oi.
Un autre client bien.
I reckon we have to go even further south here. Traverse south. This is the river, isn't it? You're open with tech for an English play called Constellations. You'll be doing lights and or sound. Oh, that's very cool. Kobe. Very nice. I hope you have a lot of fun doing that. Okay, is it maybe over there? A Way of Time. This definitely seems to be the river Styx, isn't it? Yeah, there it is. Across the wall on the other side, swords cross the bridge to Southlands beyond. Okay. Cross the wall.
Hey! What are you afraid of?
Further to the south, apparently.
It's not fair with me, boy.
I mean, it's on the other side here, isn't it? I would assume. In the spirit of this French game, okay, I probably don't even try to pronounce it. Really bad with French. It's really fun again. That's great to hear, Kobe. Yeah, being able to do that again. If there's one thing I hate about this game, it's when you're in a fight and you die out of the blue from a sniper. Since the game didn't let you dodge because for some reason it didn't really consider you to be in combat with them. Yeah, which really can be an issue. Like, if there's only a sniper behind you as well, and you can't really go into combat stance because there's no enemy nearby. It can be very frustrating. Okay, there it is. Nice.
Lead the bastard. What is it? Something the matter, brother?
Sleep. Sleep forever.
Kobe said, and you, how are you? Ah, okay. Yeah, I'm doing pretty well. Definitely. Had a nice weekend. Pretty eventful. I got some massive sunburn in my face and on my arms, but it was worth it. Yesterday I was attending like a massive cyclist event in Berlin with a mobile DJ set. A guy that I followed for definitely over a year at this point, I think. Who started out really small in the UK, kind of like because of COVID he couldn't really do any, you know, kind of like sets indoors anymore. So what he did was kind of like bring the set outside. So he's actually driving around cities while doing a DMB live set. And yeah, he got pretty big and finally came to Berlin. So definitely had to go there and witness it myself. Had like over 1,000 people, I think, attending, and like tons of police to kind of like secure the way for us. But yeah, it was wild. Having lots of people. All you know about French is that chat is cat. Is it? I didn't know that. Got a reply that says sunscreen. Sounds like a good event though. Yeah, a cool event. Yeah, it really was. I thought it was like such a unique idea when I first learned about him doing that. And I've been kind of like following mobile DJs since then. And yeah, I think it's like a cool concept that kind of like evolved out of like the whole pandemic situation. And yeah, honestly, a great feeling to be part of it. But yeah, I probably should have followed Levy's advice and applied some sunscreen. But I was like, it's fine. I mean, it's May, right? Like, how bad could it be? Okay, let's have a look if this one has a set here. It doesn't. Assassinate the mastermind behind a series of brutal male coach robberies. You go into 2 local festivals this year and you're so excited. Do you? Which ones are you going for? You called Bess Lerman. Everybody is free to wear sunscreen. Indeed. Yeah, and I probably should have done it. You always need sunscreen, to be honest. Yeah. Yeah, that's true. I guess even, you know, if there's like only a bit of sun, or I guess, you know, even if it's not that warm. So I probably will have to get some soon. And I will also have to get some sunglasses, I think. Because it's getting way too bright sometimes. A series of brutal robberies targeting male coaches has swept through Les Invalides. The robberies appear to have been coordinated by someone in an official position, with knowledge of valuable shipments. Find the robbers and follow them to discover the leader behind the robberies. Assassinate that leader.
Il n'a plus ses esprits. Pay me my take.
That's enough.
Oh, nice, you got the Master Phantom Code. Oh, yeah.
Une cocarde à ta boutonnière? Pourquoi fait-il ça?
I can't say festival names without revealing your neighborhood lore, but they are hosted by local groups and have a lot of indie artists. So VIP tickets for that sweet beer garden access. That's amazing, Aura. And yeah, definitely don't worry about it. Better to keep, you know, those kind of things private on the internet. But I definitely hope you enjoy it. And also the beer garden access. Hey there. You're right, citizen?
You want something, citizen?
Yeah, I want something. Don't mind me while I follow this guy around. So many guys that would attack us if I steal from him.
Who are you? Other guy couldn't make it. Here's the packet.
I don't like the odd man showing up without my knowledge. Tell Jacques to come himself next time.
Who's the head man?
You're not to know. Shove off.
Right, I'll take that to Colonel Lowe.
Good job not revealing, you know, who the headman is. Come closer. There we go. Or smaller music festivals make you miss Warp Tour. Not sure if I heard of that one. Would you care to elaborate a bit? Kind of like a festival that is. Okay, let's see if this one is set in a year. Okay, this one doesn't have a year either. Let's do it.
Ah, now you got cold feet! Come here! Over here.
Yeah, and we get 37k for this. Smoky yet robust. Stop violent royalist Chouan from burning neighboring vineyards. Brother Chouan is attacking neighboring vineyards in an attempt to intimidate anyone who doesn't support their movement. Go to the farmlands to the south, protect the vineyards, and defeat the attacking Chouan. At the time of the revolution, counter-revolutionary bastions established themselves within France, the most famous and powerful of which was Le Chouan, in the Vendée region of western France. Le Chouan rejected conscription into the national army, and alarmed by the radical anti-clerical direction of the revolution, raised their own troops to oppose it. More largely, the term Chouan came to be associated with rural, anti-revolutionary, pro-royalist sentiment. It also came to be associated with the sound of sneezing. You could never be sure to whether someone was discussing the Chouan or just have a heavy coat. The War with Austria. Austria was one of France's northern neighbors. Well, apart from the countries in between, of course, I've seen Abstergo mess with history plenty of times, but geography is a new one. Austria did control what was to become Belgium at the time, so perhaps that's what was meant, but come on now, people, clarity. And the history leading up to the revolution was notoriously rocky. Even the king's marriage to an Austrian woman didn't smooth relations between the countries. Marie Antoinette was regarded with suspicion, and gossip accused her of having too great of an influence on the king's decisions. In 1792, the Legislative Assembly decided that war was a good way to export its problems, and declared war on Austria. The war progressed slowly until a mob attacked the Tuileries Palace in Paris, and the Austrians began to invade France. They easily took Verdun, a short march from Paris, causing panic in the city, and probably leading to the September Massacre. Only they called it spreading the revolution, a wonderful political spin. The French troops, however, rallied to form a resistance and held off the Austrians at Valmy on September 20th. The battle was trumpeted as a major victory for France and resulted in the beginning of an Austrian retreat. Warp 2 stopped running a few years ago, but for nostalgia still stands. Warp 2 was a big deal. You had a friend whose band got invited to play there once. Unfortunately, they fell apart before the performance. Ah, damn. That's a shame, Jay. But that's really cool that they got invited though. What kind of music did they play? Ooh, that forward row. I like the voting animation. It's quite unique and rare, actually. Don't get to trigger that often. Sojourner was a part of that band at one point. Mostly ska punk. Not sure if he was still with them during the Warp Tour thing though. Ah, I gotcha. That's really cool. I didn't know that, actually. But I knew about Sojourner playing guitar, I think, and doesn't he also like build guitars or something? Like that?
Bonjour.
Just caught in a crossfire, were you?
Holy shit. That's a lot of people to kill.
Trying to ditch me, corpse! Oh, we nothing left here! Got your back, sir? Stop, cunt! Pretty fast, guns!
bass guitar, and yes, he's into woodworking and making instruments. That's really amazing. Yeah, I think he showed like a bit of his collection at one point on stream. Rob also had a lot of random up and coming artist performances, like you saw Katy Perry on a small stage before she was known. That's really cool as well. I love going on like gigs or concerts of like artists that you know are really like uprising. I remember watching or attending like a Denzel Curry concert like in 2016 or 17. Way before he got like really well known internationally, and I don't know, there were maybe like 100 to 200 people on there. Now he's like, you know, booking out entire stadiums and stuff. It's crazy. But yeah, to be honest, I also just enjoy having like smaller gigs in general. Just feels like more I don't know. Like feels like you're close. The heck? This guy sliding around here.
Vous n'avez pas l'air d'un honnête citoyen.
What did he say? Probably said, "Don't bother me while I slide around here." But yeah, it feels like you're like just closer to the artist, I guess. Having like smaller venues and stuff.
Join us, or we burn your cult. That's you, citizen.
What? Why didn't he die? Die.
I'll liberate your bloody head from your body. Die! Work your way behind you. Cut him off! Don't overextend. Or he'll blow him away. You maggot! Show your face here once more!
Well, there was a lot of enemies. But yeah, I take it. Usually small venues are the best, especially when the artists mingle in the crowd after, and you get to talk to your favorite band for a while. Yeah, that as well. Like, just like the amount of interaction is usually much bigger, I guess. Like, also during the concert. And, yeah. Like, I imagine, for instance, like another pretty small gig I attended in Berlin was when Mr. Cormac came. He's like, I guess, pretty well known in kind of like the EDM and hip hop scene, but not super big. And yeah, the venue already was pretty small, but it wasn't like booked out or anything. So really only maybe like 50 people there, max. And he kind of like adjusted his like whole concert, like was actually like talking to us and like asking for songs we want to hear and stuff. It was kind of cool, I guess. But I felt a bit bad for him because obviously if you're like traveling that far away from home, like he's from the US I think initially, you kinda need to have 4 venues to even make the whole tour like affordable, I guess. So it probably was a loss for him that night, but yeah, he still, you know, tried to give like the best, I guess, and really cared for our fans, which was nice to see. Sending signals through air, made of wood and rope, Shep's friend took note. I think it's this thing here. All men must walk through gates that lead to the fields of war. This one I think is Village Champ-de-Mars. Over here. I'm quite sure. That sort of setting is amazing. There's a small place near you that occasionally attracts larger acts because it's near Philadelphia, but it only sits a couple hundred people. There's a ton of crowd and action, which makes it really fun. Exactly, dude, yeah. That's the best kind of like setting, I think. Yeah, that's the thing as well, right? Like, depending where you are, there's a good chance that some artists just don't attract that big of a crowd, which can definitely be an advantage, I guess. Port's eye to celebrate, on stage to entertain, supreme is the being who calls himself so. Yeah, this one is over there, where the tree is, because that's also where Robespierre later in the game has the whole speech about the supreme being as well. And hey there, welcome in. Scootman's guide, the tides of battle, over the shoulders of angels, they watch the fields of war. Okay, I think it might be this building over there. Isn't that the equally the military or something? Yeah, it is. I think I also seen winged creatures at the top there. Yeah, over here, these angels. Very nice. Okay, then we also have these Napoleon missions. Let's have a look if this one is set in a specific year. It's not. I think these missions actually just unlock once you get to meet Napoleon. So yeah, we can just do it once we have met him, I guess.
Mon Dieu, j'ai complètement oublié qu'il me restait du travail. Ailleurs. Mais nous devons agir. Les 2 caisses de cartouches.
Un amant surpris par le mari.
Ta boutonnière?
Allons, qui n'a pas sa gazette?
Arnaud, a small favor. This is damned open, but I promised Bonaparte, damn him.
Thomas Alexandre Dumas. Not to be confused with his son, the famous French author, this Alexandre Dumas, who also went by the name Thomas Alexandre Dumas, was the son of a lesser French nobleman, Alexandre Antoine Davy, Marquis de la Pelleterie, and a black slave, Marie Cassette Dumas in Saint-Domingue. The Marquis returned to Paris with his son in 1776, briefly selling young Thomas Alexandre into slavery, possibly in order to get him into France legally. This is why I read these comments. I add the appalling historical details because I care. Dumas stood well over 6 feet tall and knew no fear. He joined the 1st Battalion of Revolution in the rank of private, using his mother's name to avoid family shame at being of such a low rank. Men of noble lineage could enter directly into commissioned ranks, but it was difficult for someone of mixed race to do so. It's fun to try to guess why. Dumas went on to have a dazzling military career, attaining the rank of general. He served as second in command to the Chevalier Saint-Jean in the Black Legion, so named it was comprised of 3 men of color. He later led the army of the Alps as commander-in-chief. Unfortunately, later in his career, Dumas found himself at odds with Napoleon Bonaparte. When he was captured and imprisoned in 1799, Bonaparte did nothing to secure his release, and Dumas returned to France ill and impoverished. He was denied a pension from the army and died in 1806 at the age of 44. And yeah, I'm doing very well, thank you. Definitely enjoying to be back with Unity and playing it in historical order for the first time ever. We're currently at the tail end of the year 92, about to head into 93. But yeah, how are you doing? How's your day?
Seems a lady has caught his eye. What the deuce is her name? Juliette? Josephine. He wants to take a romantic stroll, but the royalists are after him. Bonaparte is to meet her just south of the Palais Bourbon. I need you to clear out any royalists in their path.
Bienvenue, cher.
A-t-il perdu la règle? Bien, je ne sais pas trop quoi en penser.
That's it! Now one more step! Stop right there! I'll settle this soon enough!
Flattered that you wish to meet. May I inquire, what is your rank?
Captain. Captain for now. I have prospects, though.
I'm sure.
Very good prospects.
Well, it's a lovely day for a walk.
Oh.
Don't press me,
yes, of course.
Move up! Your next word will be your last! You're not allowed! Move away! Move away!
200 years later and the first Mortal Kombat is released. Dude, that's crazy to think, right? It's only been like 200 years. That's not that long.
Get back, damn you! You back down this minute!
Where are you going?
Hey, you there! Stop! Where are you going?
Why are you pestering me at this delicate moment?
Fuck. What's his plan? citizen.
Hey! Wait!
There's one more target somewhere. I'm not quite sure why. Where. But that's true, and the franchise celebrated its 30th this year too. Damn. Are you gonna do like a special kind of like celebration stream as well? With Mortal Kombat? Popped right through a window for you, like a fish just jumping out of the water to be caught. It was like, here, let me make that easier for you. This is Mona Murder Monday. There's a lot of killing happening. You're so proud of you. Thank you so much, Mona. That's all the appreciation I need in this game. You know, getting your approval from, you know, the master of the Murder Mondays. Okay, so where's this?
You're disrupting my attack.
Yeah, how about you do something then? Like talk to her. No idea where the last target is. What you would like to because you're a fan of a franchise and crazy to think that you first played it around 30 years ago. Yeah, dude, it's been a while. So these guys are supposed to keep on going, right? But they don't do anything. It's almost like the mission is bugged or something.
Move away or I'll crack your skull! Stay back, all of you!
Citoyen?
All of you! Why are you pestering me at this delicate moment?
Ah, there he is. Freaking hell. You always forget how old franchises like Mortal Kombat actually is. You kind of feel sorry or you played the game as a child. No, it's 30 years already. Yeah, it's definitely interesting kind of like thinking back, you know, what kind of games you played when you were a child and how long that might have been ago. Yeah, he kind of like disappeared. Maybe because it was like the last target or something. Faster kill. But yeah, that can happen.
This has been... you...
Yes, it has, hasn't it?
It's just that you're... those large, luminous... those...
Eyes?
Yes, they are bewitching. I can barely breathe, talk, think. We must meet again.
Oh, yes, perhaps. Well, ta-ta.
I think that went pretty well.
I think so. Of course he thinks that. Born in Martinique, Marie-Joseph Rosé Tacher de la Pargerie came to France and married Alexander de Beauharnais in 1779. Her husband, a member of the nobility, fell to the revolution and was executed. Subsequently, she became a popular guest at many a society party, eventually catching the eye of an on the rise Napoleon Bonaparte, who was in the market for a wife. Josephine, a few years older than Bonaparte, was considerably more sophisticated than he. She initially married him to ensure financial security, and the initial years were marked by infidelity and considerable time apart while he was off at war in Italy and Egypt. However, the passion grew, and years later, after Napoleon had divorced her and remarried in search of an heir, he insisted that she retain the title of Empress. Josephine retired to the Chateau de Malmaison, where she died in 1814. That name is too short, needs to be longer. Yeah. Reminds me of the Chevalier from Rogue. Who's like, you know, my full name is this, so better address me every time you talk to me in my full name. It's kind of ridiculous. Okay, this mission isn't set in a specific year either. Let's check it out. Flawless animation. Love and Napoleon needed a wingman. Yeah. He sure did. Maybe a good, you know,
Citizen Lavoisier.
military planner, but he certainly needs help with the ladies. Flying Boy. Rescue Pierre-Simon Laplace and prevent an electrical experiment from going awry.
It's a stroke of luck you found me just now. Do you know the mathematician Pierre-Simon Laplace? One of the fittest minds in France, I'd wager. Yet his natural skepticism and, how shall I say, agnostic attitudes have made him a target for the fanatics in Paris. Against my warnings, he crossed the wrong people and now finds himself under house arrest. I fear he'll answer to the guillotine if we don't free him quickly.
Pierre-Simon Laplace. Born in 1749, the scientist became one of France's foremost mathematicians. He collaborated with the chemist Antoine Lavoisier to show that water was a compound of hydrogen and oxygen. In his 5-volume work, Celestial Mechanics, published in 1799, he calculated the movements of the planets as well as determining their form and their influence on the tides. He eventually received the Legion of Honor and worked to reorganize France's prestigious École Polytechnique.
What are you doing, citizen? Obey the law or face match!
Thank you, brother. I've been unfairly detained merely for disrupting a dangerous experiment. Some damned fools mean to induce a man to flight using electricity alone. Yet I know their experiment will kill the subject dead. Carry this Leyden jar to the experiment and swap it with theirs unseen. The charge on this one is significantly smaller and will harm no one. Hurry now, before it's too late. Monsieur Allemand made a similarly stupid mistake, and it nearly cost him his life. The shock knocked him arse over chin, just like that. Hurt like hell, and he doesn't remember a thing.
Fun fact probably everyone knows, but Napoleon was actually Italian. He only is French since the island Corsica was sold 15 months before his birth by Italy to the French. Yeah, that's something that the database entry also goes in depth to. And also, you know, the fact that he had like a very strong Corsican accent, which is why he had also trouble like fitting in with French society. Yeah, it's quite interesting.
Got him!
busy killing folk. Damn it.
Well, I can actually go online now. Because earlier I couldn't connect, but maybe now. This game would have you think like everyone in France that they were English. Yeah, perfect British accents. I mean, everyone speaks perfect British, exactly. Napoleon was of average size for men of his time. It's just that the British had slightly different measurements and liked to make fun of him for being small. Yeah, that as well. I think it's really funny how that, you know, kind of like endured. Kind of like the rumor that, you know, he's super small and that people make jokes all the time about it. But yeah, that wasn't the case apparently. He was like average size, wasn't he? Okay, still can't connect to the online here. Fair enough. Also, British like to bash the French. That definitely was the part as well, still do today. Yeah, fair enough as well. The Flying Magnetic Boy Experiments. In the middle of the 18th century, a great many experiments involving electricity were conducted. In England, Stephen Gray demonstrated that the human body could become electrified. He suspended a young boy on silk ropes and, by generating static electricity to charge the boy's body, showed how the boy's hand took on a mysterious attractive power, allowing him to pull light objects towards him without touching them. I'd love to see the parent will consent them for that. I intend to suspend our young boy from silk ropes and then electrify him. Sign here. In France, French clergyman and physicist Ebb Nollet carried out the same experiment and discovered that if a person brought a finger close to the boy's body, a spark was produced. It was said to be an electric fluid that passed from one body to another. Said it to the judge, mate. Yeah. Damn, imagine being part of this experiment. No thank you. One time a French soldier was approached by King Arthur and his knights, and he heard many insults their way, as well as a variety of animals. Indeed. Really enjoy modern medieval fights, and always the third thing the British do is running straight to the French. Yeah, it's a patter, you could say. But I also loved the horses, you know, that they were approaching the French soldiers with rod. And hey Veroni, welcome in dude. Thank you for joining, how's it going? Happy Monday. You heard that his father smelled of elderberries? Yeah, I heard that as well. The coconut method. Oh man, I love it.
Where's the corpses done this? What happened to you?
This is made possible by the applications of a miracle such as this are endless. A marvel of French ingenuity. I've never seen anything like it.
Okay, we could try to jump into this haystack there, and we approach with this, guys, I think.
Using the principles of science, we are able to make any number of objects resist the pull of the earth.
I wonder. Do you have one that gives us a better disguise duration? Yeah, the fandom code would definitely help. Let's take it. Everything is going well. You think you're going to grab some coffee? This is your plan? Hell yeah, that's a good plan, Ronnie. Hope you enjoy the coffee. The whole movie was just great. You heard that one part they just went off the script and thought of the most weirdest thing they could think of. It definitely sounds like Monty Python. Like The Life of Brian, when you know, they talked about what was his name? Something with Dickus. And the soldiers who guarded Caesar just weren't allowed to laugh or something. And didn't know what was being said. Bickus Dickus, that was it. Thank you, Kobe. That was scene. But the character Tim the Enchanter in the script had a complicated name, and in one of the takes, John Cleese just said the name Tim. I mean, that's fair as well. To make it easier. The other day I read the 2 Arthur stole sun hat and instantly went Psycho Alexia style. I mean, that's the only style you can go for, wearing a sun hat in a game that allows you to be violent. It's kind of like a given, isn't it? One German, Schwanzus Longus. Yeah, I remember that as well. Because when I first watched The Life of Brian, I definitely watched it in German. Und seine Frau Incontinentia. Amazing.
Consider this, the flying boy. Through infusing him with electric virtue, all manner of things stick to his body and resist the pull of the earth. This is made possible by the force of electric virtue. The applications of a miracle such as this are endless, a marvel of French ingenuity. Unbelievable!
Propose aux éditeurs une nouvelle gamme de papier pour leur publication. Feuilles inoktavo à la centaine.
Behold the future. Using the principles of science, we are able to make any number of objects resist the pull of the earth.
Quelle que soit votre activité,
I've never seen anything like it. Consider this, the flying boy. Through infusing him with electric virtue, all manner of things stick to his body and resist the pull of the earth. Unbelievable! This is made possible by the force of electric virtue.
That takes care of the experiment here. Let's get out of here. What did the Romans ever do for us? The aqueduct? Inconceivable. Another great movie. Yeah, the weekend I'm gonna actually watch like a unique version of The Princess Bride, which is kind of like a homemade version of it, with like really famous actors apparently. Catch up sent that to Levy and me the other day, so yeah, we're gonna watch that. I don't know if you guys ever heard of that version, but it seems to be really funny. Is this man demonstrating static electricity? You can do that at home for free. Yeah, what an idiot. It's funny that you can even interact with the device behind it and through the back of a stand. Can you? I didn't even realize that you could do that. I always go disguised on the stage and do like that. That's kind of cool that you have the alternative way of doing it. Or the Eki Duck, as Hugo would say. That's true. Yeah, we're gonna go back to Hugo and Amicia tomorrow, I think. Okay, let's do another Enigma here. I would love to get these done today, which would give us another outfit option with the Tomade Canio outfit.
I'll be ready for you. You owe me.
Au secours! Gars! Venez nous ces enfants de putain!
De la Messias, le père de la Constituante. Enfin, réédité, enrichi, augmenté. Tirage limité, dépêchez-vous tant qu'il en reste.
Found an accident. That's definitely fair, yeah. I love when you make discoveries like that, like earlier with me and the unique car-flight control option for climbing. Always nice to find these things, even, you know, when you play these games for like countless of hours and many playthroughs already. Also kind of shows the depth that some of the games have. On a church that will stand for 1,000 years or more, 3 spires reach to heaven, where truth lies on the tallest one. Okay, I guess let's talk about this one here. Gotta go to the tallest tower.
Did you see that? He just came and thief! Ow! Where are the guards?
Locative. Got off a scene. Now repeat that 100 times. If it's not done till sunrise, I'm gonna cut your balls off. Yeah, seems legit. Legit reaction. There it is. In the playground of the wealthy, assembled by the Medici clan, the grand foyer will transport to the highest social ranks. Okay, let's have a look on the map here. Maybe the Palais de Luxembourg? In 1612, Marie de Medici, widow of Henry IV of France, purchased houses there from the Duke of Luxembourg. There we go. Let's head over there. The way the Centurion said it in the German version still kills you. It feels like you already did it a few times. I probably had to do a couple takes of it to say without laughing. Yeah, that is. The font of knowledge, plaything of angels in the garden of life, men first learned sin. Okay, so I'm assuming we talk about the garden of the Palais de Luxembourg.
want me to fight the
Beneath your feet, the rich hyper secrets. The sundial counts days spent amidst the worms and bones. Okay, this one should be underground. Let's find an underground entrance here. Yeah, it's down here.
A word, brother?
A word, brother?
Why so bashful? Bashing's the only thing I...
Jesus, can you throw...
This is my patriotic duty!
I kind of refuse to throw the smoke bomb there. There it is. Nice. Ooh, Cassini. That's kind of cool. I think I talked about this actually my last playthrough, but Sarah Schachner, one of the composers for Unity, she's actually done a piece called Cassini Goodbye, which is in connection to the Comte Cassini, who's done, you know, like notes about the constellation of the stars, I guess, including the planet Saturn. And she did a piece about it with like also like current recordings of a planet as well. It's really beautiful. But I do wonder if this one is set in a specific year. Apparently it isn't. I kind of thought it was, but we can check it out and see what the database entry says as well.
I have a mission for you.
Bienvenue, monsieur.
You remember doing all the special grades in AC3 and getting the most OP armor as a reward that even was able to protect you from being shot? As that thing was you needed to finish the game before that? In AC3? Or do you mean... Black Flag or Rogue? Because in Black Flag you get an armor which protects you from bullets, the mine armor. And in AC3 you don't get an armor but rather a piece of Eden that has the effect, which is kind of like a anti-magnetic ring of a sort that William Kidd had before. The armor of Believer Kidd. Okay, I'm stumped. I don't think I've ever had the armor of Believer Kidd in AC3. I always just have a ring that has that effect. Ah, okay. Never mind. Don't worry about it. I was just like, did I actually miss content from AC3 or something? But that's fair, yeah. Yeah, there's definitely the armor on Black Flag which has that effect. But yeah, they did have it a bit different in AC3. But yeah, I loved having that effect, you know, it was super helpful against some of the enemies and in some of the scenarios.
Whose side are you on then?
What do you want?
Who are you fighting for?
I don't think I know
No,
you.
I get it.
is most bothersome. Most bothersome indeed. I simply cannot leave without them.
We covered the Comte Cassini's papers from the Paris Observatory.
I am the Comte de Cassini. Until some months ago, the director of the Paris Observatory.
The National Assembly meddles in everything.
Jean-Dominique Cassini. An astronomer from a family of scientific men, Cassini was born at the Paris Observatory on June 30th, 1748. In 1770, he entered the Royal Academy of Sciences and would gradually take his father's place at the Paris Observatory. During the Revolution, Cassini was commissioned to rethink the system of measurement. He thus set about devising the metric system. Cassini also participated in the plotting of a general map of France. His aristocratic background brought him into conflict with the National Assembly, who began opposing his plans for the observatory. He eventually resigned and was subsequently imprisoned. Released 7 months later, he withdrew to his provincial Château de Thury. That doesn't give us a specific year for when this is taking place. Just like after 1770. Hey there, dog catcher. Welcome in. How's it going?
Here you are!
Fuck.
Bloody pigs!
What was that? Fuck.
Your mother's You're a
You just remember Billy the Kid was a different character? There was an outlaw in the Wild West. Yeah. Yeah. Was definitely quite a bit later, I believe. Have I played AC Valhalla already? I have, yeah. Yeah, I played it when it came out. And I've done 1.5 replays since then. But every time I played it was like completionist style, so doing like everything in it. At least like everything major. Next time I play Valhalla, though, I would just focus on all the mysteries and all the quests instead of doing literally everything. Got your surgery tomorrow, Dogcatcher. I gotcha, dude. Definitely wish you all the best for that. And yeah, I hope you're doing well otherwise as well.
Yes, you, citizen!
Halt.
You right in!
In fact, William Kidd's ring was created by the S-tier branch of Isu. Oh, was it? I didn't actually know about that, I don't think. Was that confirmed in like Dawn of Ragnarok or something? Okay, let's get out of here.
Animal?
In Germont Saga, if I remember right. Ah, okay, yeah, I haven't read that one yet. It was like one of the comics, wasn't it?
Ah, yes. These observations confirm several of my ideas.
My husband means to say, thank you for your much-needed help.
Let's quit this city, my love, while we're able.
Right, very nice. Okay, what else do we have? So many quests. I kind of
letter. For me?
For me? I kind of would like to finish off the enigmas actually, or at least the ones we have at the moment. Let's go for the next one. And hey there, Demise, welcome in, dude. Happy Monday to you. I hope it's going well. Ring was made by Idun. It's quite fitting since Idun in Norse mythology gives the apples of immortality to the other Aesir. Otherwise, without they could die of old age. Ah, okay, interesting. Definitely gotta read Germont Saga then, if it goes actually in depth with you know, that part of the issue. Sounds very interesting. On the hill of Saint-Genevieve, I have a Roman face. Clarion angels guide to a peak on my north side. Roman face, is that the Pantheon? I think? I think it might be. So the north face of it should be here then. You're good. How's Unity going? That's great to hear, Demise. I'm glad you're doing well. And yeah, Unity is going definitely well. Doing lots of side stuff currently, kind of like catching up with events that don't have a set year. But yeah, we're currently 51% through the game. Working on the Paris stories right now. But yeah, still got quite a few left here. For sure.
Encore un disciple.
Sometimes hurt knowing much about mythologies and then playing AC, but sometimes just go with it even though it would, you would love to complain. Yeah, that's the thing as well, I guess, since it has to be tied to the Isu. They have to make certain things different to kind of like suit more the fantastical storyline of a sci-fi storyline, I guess, of having an advanced kind of like race that predates the humans. But I thought in Valhalla they did a pretty good job kind of like fusing those two together. At least from an Isu standpoint. And hey there, KP, I don't know. Welcome in. Thank you for the follow. Like a halo you seek rings within rings, high atop the edifice, the city lies below. This should be up here, I think. Maybe it's further down after all? Ah, there it is. Okay, fair enough. Pillars support my face, whole formation streams. Square not round, they sit out of sight. Pillars support my face, whole formation streams. Squares my face. The pure mythology of the Norse gods was a bit weird sometimes, but it was still passable. For you, certainly not one of the best, but still a good game. At least it can't be worse than Syndicate. You don't know why people hate on Unity so much. For you, it's one of the best AC games. Yeah, Unity is great, I think. They really do a good job, you know, making that AC fantasy come to life on a new engine. So I think they did a great job with it, but yeah, I still agree that this game could have used a few more months development time to really like bring it out the best they could. But just another example of like Ubisoft rushing out a game rather than giving it the time it deserves. My purpose changed. I watch High in the Nave. As secular heroes enter to replace foes of heaven. My purpose changed. I watch High in the Nave. Okay, I think this one might be inside the building. Black Flag the best. AC Revelations for you, sadly it's so short. Yeah, I thought both games were great. I love both Black Flag and Revelations. My favorite ones are still AC2 and Origins for the story. I just love them so much, I think. And also the soundtrack and just the art style that go with it. Especially for its time, I think both games are great and really brought something fresh and new to the series. But yeah, I love all of the AC games, minus a few examples. But most of them I just love so much. Oh, there it is. The remains of fame lie amidst the air. The most famous of all, the tomb of Voltaire. Okay, this one is of course in the mausoleum part of this, I think. That's also where Mirabeau gets buried as well. Not quite sure where the entrance is for. I think it's over here. Yep. Yeah, exactly. It definitely is a lot about first impressions often, right? And if you kind of like fuck up on release, then the chances are that a lot of review magazine won't update the reviews as well. So when people come back to it like a few years later, the review often isn't representative of like the current state of the game. Like in Unity, they patched most of the issues by the time the game was released, like 3 months, or 3 months already. And obviously, while the game still was flawed at times, you know, it isn't nearly as bad as reviews claim, of course. But that's due to the fact that they just look at the initial impression, and that's what they keep most of the time. But yeah, the fact that Unity has like 10% less rating than the first Witcher 1 game. Like I think Unity has like an average of 76% and Witcher 1 has like 86 or so. It's just ridiculous if you think about it. And even if you look at the games from like the time they've been released in, this really gets to show that often how a game is being perceived is, you know, not always down to how well a game works or how well a game is made. It's often like very subjective first impression.
Be quiet. Sergeant.
Sergeant?
Where the hell's he coming from? Someone's killed David. What the hell's going on?
There we go. Nice. Hey, wir haben eine Basuit. That's great that, you know, they went back to actually update it. Yeah, I feel like reviews should generally like update the game at least for the last patch, or once like a last patch launches for a game, to really give like, you know, a final verdict. You don't really have to update too much anyways, right? It's not like patches change, you know, the game fundamentally. So a lot could be kept. It's just like, you know, if any issues get fixed, then it would be good to delete those out of a review, I guess, if they're not representative anymore. It's good when, you know, you see review magazines do that.
Merci de votre soutien. Encore merci, vraiment.
In the Sanctuary of Sins, light and shadow dance, and the ignoble nobleman defines his actions within his with his name. In the Sanctuary of Sins. Ah, okay, I think that's the Bravo, isn't it? And I believe a Bravo is... must be over here. Because, yeah, it says infiltrated Bravo. And I mean, it's not the Bravo, I guess. It's where the King of Beggars resides, Marquis de Sade. I think that's what they mean. But yeah, I think that's the Sanctuary of Sins. It could just be a re-review. What changed in comparison from the first review? Any improvements? Maybe something got worse. Maybe people still get attacked by most deadliest creatures in England, and the Ragnarok DLC made it worse. Yeah. I guess it just would really mean that they would have to spend much more effort and need like more people to work on constantly reviewing a game. But I mean, yeah, I think it would be enough to just wait until a game is, you know, finally patched. Because usually companies do like an announcement where they say, okay, this is the final patch for the game. And then doing a re-review, it wouldn't be too much of a buffer, I think. I would say. But, yeah. Definitely mean a lot more effort I would have to put into it. I'm not sure about that. I haven't really touched Valhalla in quite a few months, actually. I think since January. Lying in the Thoth, the fallen godly symbol, lights the heresies of a false king's court. Yeah, I think that's above the Cour de Maricourt or something. Or Cour de Miracle. Should be over here, because there's also a cross which is lying in the dirt. Which is the godly symbol they're talking about. There it is. The familiar crossroad. Never mind. My chest is full. Where decadence is sought, the sadness of a cellar obscured by roche. Familiar crossroad. Where decadence is sought. Where decadence is sought. I mean, this is kind of like a crossroad here, you could say, where we have a landmark. I have no idea what this landmark is, but it's very close by and seems to be a crossroads, so it could be it. Let's go over and check it out. Even tried to take you when you play the drinking minigame? The fuck? I've never had that happen before. That's a new one. Sorry to hear if it's been happening to you. That'll be really annoying to deal with. Ah, did that happen to you as well, Catcher? Damn. I hope Valhalla isn't too buggy when I come back to it later this year. There it is. Nice. Okay, how many do we have left? 2. Aquarius and Gemini. Only question is, where are they? So 500 meters to the east side. So like over here. Yeah, that's a bit closer.
Oh, c'est ami.
Before it were mostly mere annoyance. Now since Ragnarok DLC they go full Doomslayer the moment they spot you. As soon as you can't parry them. Yeah, that's really annoying. I heard about the Dawn of Ragnarok DLC adding like new kind of boss and stuff, but I didn't know that kind of change was associated with it. It's definitely annoying to deal with. The Pope had the Soldiers of Christ atop the stone dungeon, marked their legions in Jerusalem's direction. So that's talking about the temple, I think, because that's the temple of the Templars. And the Pope had the Soldiers of Christ is another name for them, as you also learn in Valhalla as well. So top the stone dungeon. Guess you can have a backup here. And hey there, Salo Gaming. Welcome in. Thank you for the follow. How's it going? At the source of life, a full moon-shaped basin quenches the thirst of Solomon's defenders. At the source of life, the full moon-shaped basin. Maybe here? Indeed. In the entrance of the earth between the twin flames lies the final resting place of the first Grand Magister. So this should be underground then, I guess. Let's find an underground entrance here. Okay, over here somewhere. They come straight in with the unblockable. But we liked how they portrayed Odin Valhalla. He really tries to prevent his own death, but once the horns foresee your death, Evan horns foresee your death, it can't be avoided. By trying so hard as he can to create the one thing that kills him during Ragnarok. Yeah, I definitely like what they've done with his character so far, what I played of the storyline as well. I thought also was good they really made him feel much different than Eivor felt as a character, further differentiating between the two and explaining why Eivor becomes independent of Odin eventually. I really like that aspect, kind of like the difference between the two, and Eivor eventually emancipating herself. Oh, that's the entrance to the tomb. Where we go for the final main story. Let's play together online. So yeah, I do invite people for online. However, currently I'm not doing any co-op missions. I'm actually playing the games in historical order. You can also see the timeline by typing in !historical. And I only do the co-op missions whenever they appear in the order of events, essentially. But yeah, whenever I do play a co-op mission, I will ask chat for if anybody wants to join. So if you stick around, then there's a chance that you can join at a later point for some co-op or heist. But yeah, right now I'm not doing any co-op stuff for still a bit. Okay, we still have one more enigma left to solve here, which is Gemini. Let's see where this is. Don't see the location of it. So not quite sure where it might be located. Okay, let me actually have a look online real quick to see where Gemini is located, like the starting location. I'm not gonna look up any solutions because I wanna solve it all by myself. I'm gonna have a look where we have a starting location at least. Okay, so it's like all the way to the southeast here, over there. Which is why I haven't gotten it yet, because I haven't unlocked the viewpoint yet. Let's get the viewpoint first, and then we head to the enigma.
Get him! Is that your best?
Lâchez donc cette méchante maladie venue.
Back off, you runt, or there'll be blood.
Comportez-vous comme un gentilhomme. Quel mal.
Come here, you cowardly bastard! Now!
Oh, nice. But it's your Smart Assassin outfit. What the fuck? Okay. We're dead. Oh. I got distracted by revolutionists.
You're not going anywhere! Shoot that damn...
Oh, now we're dead. Thank God. You've had that happen to you before? Yeah. Yeah, I think it's just something that can happen when you get shot while climbing or something. Whoopsie. He's dancing. Yeah, the Arno dance. Very popular during the French Revolution. Also, hey, Verhabinger, welcome in. Okay, now we can track the quest over here. Nice. The last one. At the edge of the capital, in the shadow of a wall, the swamp of sorrows burns the outcast's fire. So the edge of the...
Come here, you! Look like you need a proper beating!
I think it's somewhere down here, isn't it? Yeah. Where the dead rest, Stone Eyes watch, vigilant guardians in death as in life. So that should be a cemetery, I would assume. I think there's one over here. It also makes sense to go that direction because that's the one we ran towards. In the fetid muck where the dark stream meets her flowing mother, you will find your goal at the foot of the old tower. Ah, this one. I remember this one. It's like a tower on... I think it's this one, actually. Right next to the Seine. Yeah, I believe it's this one. I know it because I spent one playthrough like looking for ages for that freaking tower and looking for database entries, but there just wasn't one. But basically being on the like right next to the sand is giving it away, and it's the only tower close by as well.
Sûrement évadé d'un asile.
Oh.
Encore un marmot. Je parie qu'il avale.
Oh. Oh, monsieur n'est rien d'autre que malotru. Oh.
So, let me actually try something. I wanna see if a game or a stream actually runs smoother if I go into borderless mode. Let's gotta get the mouse out of there.
Arno, hello.
Didn't seem to affect too much. I don't know if you guys have any issue with the stream, or kind of like if it's not super smooth. But seems to me like that's the case when I watch my stream on mobile. It's like a bit like almost as if it has like micro stutters or something. I actually think that might be an issue with my two monitors, because one monitor is 144 Hz and the other is 75 Hz. And I think that's creating issues. Because I'm not dropping like any FPS with an OBS, but yeah, it seems like I have micro stutters or something like that. Okay, where's this glyph? Like all the way to the top? Ah, there it is. And yeah, there we go. The stream sometimes buffers for you, but you think that's just your phone not liking your Wi-Fi? That's fair, yeah. Yeah, I think connection-wise we're good. I have like no drop frames or anything like that, and my connection is stable. But yeah, I think that's like an issue between my main monitor and the game capture on my second screen, I guess. Where the footage, even though I don't lose any frames, seems to kind of like have micro stutters, making it not look very smooth. Bit annoying, but I hope it's not too awful to look at or watch. But yeah, that's all the enigmas done for Nostradamus, which means now we can actually go back to the Café Theatre and then unlock the Thomas de Carnillon outfit. Actually quite a bit earlier than I would unlock it usually. I'm glad we're getting it already. Means we can utilize it way ahead of the ending of the main story. But yeah, there's actually some tomb levels included, so we will have to solve those first before we get access to the armor.
That's one down.
Alright, so we're looking for symbols that belong together. We got the water symbol, I guess. Let's see what it is connected to. This one. Okay, so that belongs together, I believe. And we got this symbol. Let's see where this one is located. And we got it like upside down, so that could be it. Maybe there's another version of it though. It doesn't seem like. Okay, in that case we have this kind of like Y shape star symbol. It's kind of cool also. I think these symbols also appear in AC Origins when you do the star constellations at times. Okay, that works. We got VM. No worries, dude. Hope you get something delicious. And we will catch you when you get back. Also, hey there, Eline. And now for the hardest part of the game. Not this one, but the one with the water. Yeah, there's some difficult parts for sure to take care of. Okay, should be this symbol. And last but not least, we got this arrow symbol here. Let's have a look. There it is. Okay, this one goes together with this constellation. Nice. Right, now we can climb up here, I believe, and do some parkour. Bit of a parkour puzzle here. Appear in Origins mostly because there are the star constellations for the zodiac signs. Exactly, yeah. Right, that's one part done. Time to open the next one.
Another door opened.
Okay, here they have to match the positions of where they are assigned to on the ground, I think. Okay, that one, the blue and orange can go together here. There we go. Ava Fure, welcome in, dude. Good morning to you. Right, warm apart. Let's do this.
Let's see what we have here.
Ah yeah, this one. Okay, so this one can't be grabbed there. Fuck. I went to the left and Arno want to go to the right side apparently. Must have been my camera angle there. Fucking hell. Yeah, this room is definitely annoying. Right, we got it. He just rage quit, came back 5 months later and succeeded in 3 attempts. It's definitely fair. It can be really frustrating to deal with. This room sounds like a crap. Legendary armor of the assassin who defeated Jacques de Molay. It can only be accessed by reassembling the fragments of the Nostradamus disc. The armor of Toma de Canio.
Amazing. To think it's been here for almost 500 years.
How... yeah. Okay, let's go ahead and equip it. It's kind of like the black version of the IT outfit. With leather accents. So what I'm gonna do is I'm actually gonna add this to the reward for the outfit choice. So let me go ahead and take care of it. Hold on. Make sure I don't write the name wrong or anything. Yeah, I think I got it right. Okay, cool. Yeah, I've just added it to the rewards, so it didn't pop up in this message, but should be happening in the future triggers for. No, sorry, a K-PAP machine law. It's a big mass machine you wear to sleep at night if you have sleep apnea. Ah, okay. Yeah, I didn't know about that kind of machine yet. Cheers, Anne Bassett. Thank you for the GGs. Yeah, it feels good to get that armor. I always enjoy doing the redoutes, and this armor is just a really nice reward. Or like a medieval kind of like assassin outfit. Oh, yeah. But yeah guys, I think this is where we're gonna go and take a break, because I haven't taken one yet, and we still wanna keep on going for quite a bit. So yeah, when I come back, I think we're gonna focus on the actual events. Oh nice, I actually got a connection again with Ubisoft servers. Nice, so we can also play some co-op now. But yeah, we're gonna go back to the actual historical events now. So the next mission we will be doing is the last Café Theatre mission. And then we go and finish off with 92 and the main story. So that will be Sequence 9 already, I believe. But yeah, I shall be back in like 10 minutes or so. Cheers, Anne Bassett. Yeah, I will catch you guys in just a few. Alright, welcome back guys, and thank you all for staying tuned for more of AC Unity, doing our historic order run of all the missions in the game. We're actually gonna continue with some of the missions that are set in a specific year or even day, and yeah, gonna continue with 1792. The next mission we can actually do in this year is the last Café Fiasna mission, which I believe is called Foxy Renard. So let's go ahead and check it out over here. I thought it should appear, but maybe I have to get another upgrade for the cafe. Let's have a look. Yeah, we can get the finishing touches.
The workmen were able to break open a doorway in the basement. It would afford a way to come and go along the north bank, free from prying eyes. Should someone require such a thing.
Should someone require such a thing? Yeah, I don't know who he's talking about.
Burning the midnight oil, sir?
Okay, I think maybe this quest is only available during the day. So how about we actually go ahead into the option here and change it to afternoon.
I'm at your...
Does he hate us? And no.
Alright, good. Debate over.
Huh. That's kinda curious. Not quite sure why the mission doesn't appear. Because it did appear before. Ah, never mind. I've already done it. Last time I just forgot to check it off the list. Well, that would explain it. Well, in that case, the next story would actually be the main story, Starving Times. Taking place on Halloween 1792. The 31st of October.
Hein? La parole.
Tiretta a pris sa retraite aujourd'hui seulement.
Starving times. Paris is in the grip of famine, and it's all part of Germain's plan. Find out who's responsible and put an end to it.
What do you know about grain merchants?
Good to see you too. Most of them are very poor just now. Why?
I have a lead on Germain. He has a woman named Marie buying up grain shipments and diverting them to a private dock.
Marie Levesque?
You know her?
The Levesques have been Templars since the Third Crusade. Marie was the only one who argued against Germain's exile. I'm not surprised she's thrown in with him.
Any idea where we might find her?
Not her, no. But what little grain makes it to Paris these days is unloaded at the Hôtel de Ville docks.
Promising. I'll start there.
Perhaps I can learn something of Madame Levesque's whereabouts.
Hey! Come back here! You've missed the key, you dolts! Where are you going?
Time to chase a boat.
For this one we can't touch the water. So I gotta stay away from there if we can.
Faster, you dogs! Get back here, you brat! I got 10 inches of steel for you!
Back here, you prat.
Support!
But so much for staying away from water. Yeah, we just can't touch it, I guess, so that's the thing.
Support! Hey! Hold still, you runt! I've got a message for you! Support! C'est de la folie! Se battre, nous! Et vous? Faster, you dogs!
Oh, nice. New murder mystery. That animation again. Oh, Jesus Christ. Good thing we didn't bug out there.
Heave to! Tie off the bowline!
Captain! Any problems?
No, madame. Let's get back.
You have your orders?
Here, madame.
Good. And I'm instructed to tell you to make certain one of the bags leaks.
Yes, madame. Get to work!
Right, now we can't trigger any alarms. Marie Levesque was the daughter of a nobility dating back to the 30th century. The Levesque were staunch Templar traditionalists dating back almost to their founding, a bit surprising to see her show up as part of this new Templar business. By the time of the revolution, the Levesques had fallen on hard times, and in an effort to bolster the family finances, Marie married Thomas Lobie, scion of a more recently ennobled and more prosperous family in 1771. Marie's father insisted that the groom take the bride's surname, and the Lubitz, eager for legitimacy, agreed. Marie was, by all accounts, a fierce intellect and a sharp wit, and within a few years, she had rebuilt the Levesque fortune. During the revolution, she deftly played both sides against each other, maintaining much of the lavish lifestyle to which she had grown accustomed while avoiding the worst ire of radicals. Much of her fortune was spent buying up as much grain as she could acquire, and distributing it among the poor and the needy. And she gave generously towards the reformation of Paris's prisons. Sean finds that funny, because it's basically an absurd lie. To make her look, you know, more sympathetic, I guess. But yeah, she has done nothing of the sort.
Oh, Jesus! Seneca!
Jesus Christ. Controls, please. For fuck's sake. I was like stuck in my cover.
L'entrée. Not dreaming. You're mine. You should have defected.
Wasn't quite as stealthy as I wanted it to be, but we did get the option objective. So it's a database in this game created by Abstergo, and Deacon only makes edits to it. Basically, yeah. Yeah, it's basically created by Abstergo and their historians. And often they keep it, I guess, kinda accurate. But a lot of the details, especially about, you know, them being Templars and stuff, are left out and they're getting portrayed a bit more positively. Which is why you have the comments by Sean, who kind of like fills you in more of the details. I'm painting like the full picture.
Stop you! Yes, you!
Palais Luxembourg. And what are you up to there?
So take everything with a grain of salt, you guess? Yeah, definitely. I mean, whenever they do kind of like a misrepresentation, I guess, or something, or give you misinformation, Sean usually says something. But yeah, definitely still take it with a grain of salt, I guess. Right, so the next two main story missions still take place on the exact same day that we started Memory 1 here. So we're gonna go directly and start the next story mission called Hoarders. Marie Levesque is holding a gala at Le Palais de Luxembourg. Infiltrate the palace and kill her before she starts a riot. Yeah, let's do it. I could probably also get some better items here. I have a bit of money. And hey there, Akio. Welcome in. Thank you for the follow. Okay, let's have a look. Getting like a really good chess piece would be definitely nice to have. Let's actually go and disable the outfit here. And then we're gonna have a look at the codes that we have. So the Legendary Sansalot outfit is definitely the best for stealth. But I don't like it look-wise too much. Except for if you would wear like an outfit over it. I feel like the best compromise between stealth and looks is the Legendary Fandom code. I quite like the look of this one. So I think that's the one I'm gonna buy. Yeah. Also gonna upgrade it. So the good thing with this one is it also has restricted area detection time. It has disguise radius and duration, so boosting that as well, which I use a lot. So yeah, it's a nice compromise between stealth and looks and health. The database in AC2 was created by Sean Vo, right? Or was that Obstacle 2? Because in that game the Animus was maintained by Rebecca. That's right, yeah. Yeah, Sean did write the entire database of AC2 because you were working for the Assassins. In this game, even though you're working with the Assassins, the whole Helix product is still designed by Abstergo. And so it's like everything in regards to like the database and even some of the quests which Abstergo created completely for the purpose of Unity, I guess. But yeah, there's a handful of missions which never happened historically, but have been added by Abstergo too. But yeah, so is the database in this game. But yeah, it's actually quite interesting, like the database is always changed a little bit like who the author is. For example, in Revelations, the database isn't written by Sean, but this time actually by Clay. Because you're like sharing the whole simulation with not Shay, sorry, Clay. Clay Kasmarek, who of course is also on the Animus Island in Revelations. And Brotherhood is of course still Sean. AC3 is also Sean. Black Flag must be Abstergo, because it's the Helix, I guess. Syndicate is also Sean, I think. Or maybe Syndicate is with comments of Sean. I think Syndicate is actually written entirely by Sean. And Rogue is written by Abstergo again. Okay, I could also get like a Master Hood. Maybe one fits a bit better. Let's just keep it for now.
Where are you going? We'd love to give you...
Ooh, another thing I can do with this outfit is we can change the color. We can go and assign pure shadow now. Oh, yeah. Can't wait to try those entries. You started the series with 4. Yeah, it's gonna be really cool seeing what you think of the different kind of like databases as well. My favorite is still the one for AC2 because it just really breaks it down in like good chunks of information. I think it's not like overwhelming lot, but still enough to really fill you in on some of the details of the history. And what I also like in AC2 is kind of like the pacing of the database. It really seems like super fitting every time it pops up. It also has a decent bit of like humor, which I can definitely appreciate. Alright, it's time. We actually get the legendary Phantom Hood from this mission. That's nice. But yeah, time for assassinations.
You were right. Marie Levesque had men unloading the barges and taking the grain to the Palais du Luxembourg.
If the people think the royal family has been hoarding food in a time of famine...
Bedlam. Just the sort of thing Germain seems to thrive on.
Madame Levesque is yours. I'll find the stolen grain and try to get it out of there before anyone finds it.
Stay out of trouble. Don't get caught.
I like how that's a reference to when Elise said that to Arno. Stay out of trouble. Don't get caught.
Help! Help! Someone help me! Hand over the powder!
What will we do, Michel?
If I could only get my hands on that guard. Lovely party. You outdone yourself this time.
Merci. Now pray excuse me, I need to see to my husband.
Assassinate Marie Levesque. 47 entrances, 3 collectibles, 60 guards, and 9 alarm bells.
Guards! Guards! Don't make this harder on yourself, Guards! Just give us the damn powder! Don't have time for this! Je suis conscient de la situation. Je dois bien y changer.
Oh yeah, it really is unbested. I like this mission quite a bit. It can be tricky to get it like fully stealthy. But yeah, we'll just try to take out Marie Levesque stealthily and probably get detected afterwards, but that's alright. But I love the preparation that goes into it.
If you can see me off safely, I promise you the show of a lifetime.
Far be it from me to ignore an artist in need.
Let's quickly refill some ammunition here as well.
Almost there! Nearly done! Beware! Oh! Another lot of brigands! Bloody counter-revolutionary! We'll scrape every last one! Watch out! That's the last of them!
Yeah, definitely a bit of a distraction because it means that Marie Levesque will watch or look out of the window. So that gives you an opportunity to strike her back, I guess. Because otherwise she would just be in the open room and go around. But if you do get the fireworks, she will be static and be like vulnerable to the back of her.
Oh, mon Dieu.
So definitely helps setting up a stealthy kill.
Thank you, my friend. I only wish I could reward you properly.
No need. The distraction will be more than enough.
What was that?
Nothing.
Nothing. Okay, we also can't trigger any alarms here, and we also have to rescue Thomas the Vesk as well. I want to make sure of all of these opportunities first.
What's to become of us, Michelle? You're already sent to the galleys. It was only a loaf of bread.
Every man in here is convicted of the same. You back down this minute.
This is what they call justice, then?
Were it only in my power, I would burst these prison bars asunder and fight my way to freedom. Every man imprisoned here would. But such is not to be our fate. You cannot go forward. Stay back.
Je t'aime.
Je t'aime. Get back, Stanley. What the devil?
Free us.
Yeah, it will.
Free us.
Yeah, that might be a diamond westwood. I think you definitely have to wait a little bit for her to move over there and watch the fireworks. It doesn't happen like immediately.
Just let me out of here. I have a family.
Nice. Now we have a resistance opportunity. So these guys will help us stage a distraction here. Okay, there's Marie Levesque. And over there is Thomas. Oh nice, the fireworks started. Alright, it's time.
Damn it! Who's killed you then?
Now she stands over there watching the fireworks. Nice.
Remember what I taught you, Marie?
Oui, Maman.
Francois Thomas Germain, for your crimes against the Templar Order, you are cast out. Let any man offering succor to the exile share his fate.
Fool. Somebody speaks to me. No, it's mine, de la Saga.
To the sir!
Milady, you have a caller.
I need your help, Marie.
You were right. King Louis's been talking to all sorts he shouldn't have. Plotting against the revolution out of one side of his mouth, while he promises to support the Constitution out the other.
Good. I trust you can get this information into the proper hands, Monsieur le Pelletier.
Of course, Grandmaster. With this evidence in hand, the King's conviction is certain.
Guards! Guards! He's gaining! I'm with you!
Damn, the Windows closer was open before. Whoops. And as you can use the room where you freed Thomas Levesque as an escape as well. Oh yeah. That's for sync. Okay, so we're gonna continue directly with the main story here, because the next one is still taking place on the exact same day as the other two we just have done. Escape. With Marie Levesque dead, it's time to rendezvous with Elise and get out of the area.
Déjà 40 000 lecteurs conquis. Déjà 40 000 lecteurs conquis. Ça n'a pas de prix.
What? Get back here! Thief! Someone help me! He's a thief! Get him! Catch the thief! Whoa! Somebody help me!
Yeah, sorry, Susan. Next time.
Parfait. Client.
What?
No time to explain! Run!
Will we be taking a ride this evening, Professor?
No. I'm afraid not. These older models are entirely at the mercy of the breeze, and there is far too much of it, I'm afraid, to be safe. Now, this particular example... What do you think you're doing? Get out of there this instant!
Cut the ropes! I'll cover you!
Oh my.
Hurry! Good! Just one more!
Think you can lose me?
Oh no!
I'll come to you! Hang on!
I'll try to stay put! It certainly is lovely up here. You should see the view.
Oh, you don't say!
The wind is picking up. You'd better hurry.
Yes, thank you.
Okay, so we have to keep up with a balloon.
Oh, these things tend to work themselves out.
And we can't touch the ground either.
We're going to run out of room soon. I hope you've got a plan.
Does watch and laugh as you crash into the river count?
Leave them. Just run.
We're losing them! Hasten your pace! Yes, you!
I can handle them. You keep running. Leave them.
Flying basket, how peculiar.
That's it! What happened?
I think the rope's caught.
You! Halt! Just hang on! Get down here! Stop!
Oh no! Are you all right?
Oh, good try, Arno.
Oh no!
I'm alright! Hold it! They might actually be trying to hit me. What did you do back there?
It's a long story.
Jesus Christ.
Oi! Your pardon, monsieur.
I love a little interaction here. Pardon, monsieur.
Are you coming or not?
Don't let them get away!
Hurry up! This hardly seems like the time. We're almost at the river. Hurry!
Just coming!
Next time, I plan the escape route. It's beautiful.
From up here, you'd never know the nation is tearing itself apart.
Can things ever go back to the way they were before, do you think?
Do you? After everything that's happened? Everything we've lost?
So that's it then. The course of history forever altered, never again to return.
Maybe we can't go back. But going forward isn't necessarily an ending.
Elise, You cheated.
You took too long.
I love you.
Yeah, but one thing I really like about this game is like the whole relationship between Arno and Elise. And yeah, I don't know, like you can really buy into their whole relationship, you know, and what they feel for each other. But also the struggles that come with, you know, the way they've been raised, like, you know, becoming a Templar, being a daughter of the Grandmaster, and, you know, Arno obviously having that assassin heritage and being drawn to that group. But yeah, much better job, I think, at working out a kind of like grey balance between Assassin and Templars than some other games have done. Apparently the Montgolfier invented the hot air balloon. You thought it was like how you would name a ship, but actually this is historically accurate to where they would have been showing off his invention around this time. That's really cool. But it's like also, you know, completely historically accurate as well. Like this is the only time Arno apologizes to someone as he runs through their window. yeah, kind of like that small interaction. And it can also be skipped by not going there as well. Like, if you don't go through that window, then the dialogue won't be triggered as well. Best mission in the game there. Yeah, it's really good and so memorable as well. You have a worse off a clipping during that kiss cutscene? I can imagine, dude. Like with some hoods as well, you know, it doesn't really change him. Like he doesn't put down the hood as well, I guess, sometimes. So I can create some funny looking bugs. It really is aura, yeah. Yeah, definitely a nice sweet scene, and also quite a change of pace from the usual more like, you know, heavy topics and missions. Hey Vitor, welcome in. It goes very good. Yeah, we're just finishing up with sequence 9 of Unity already, so only 3 more sequences to go. But still a lot of side stuff, so yeah, we're gonna be busy still with Unity for a while. How about you? How are you doing?
Had to dash. You looked so peaceful, I didn't want to wake you. Je t'aime, Elise.
Someone will come and collect it. Surely.
I mean, it's a French Revolution. Of course somebody's gonna come and pick it up.
Initiate, do you read me? I'm sorry about all this noise. There's a waterfall of signal distortion. It's not looking good. How about one more boost before I lose this connection? Sending you the data now.
That's slow motion. Takeover. Okay, cool. We got some new abilities here. Hell yeah. Not much to do today. Just need to go to the supermarket. That's definitely fair. Hot air balloon mission. That was fun. Yeah, it really is fun. A very unique mission, and I love doing rooftop parkour as well. So we unlocked the improved Phantom Blade, thicker skin, poison gas, master locksmith, ground execution, and iron skin. I'm definitely gonna get the improved Phantom Blade. However, I might get the poison gas first because it's gonna be a main story mission where we will have to use poison. So just to make sure that we actually have access to it, I'm gonna get it now, I think. So we don't have to replay the main story mission, we don't have enough sync points.
You're close to the goal, okay? So hold fast. Our own research couldn't locate the date and place of Germain's death, so you'll have to find it yourself. Bishop out.
The Montgolfier flight. Science was a subject of speculation and intense debate at the end of the 18th century. The public were invited to various experiments to test the scientific advances. Balloons were a firm favorite of the masses in the 1780s, and in particular on July 11, 1784. The Montgolfier brothers were among the first men to launch manned ascents in hot air balloons. Brothers Joseph and Etienne conducted an experiment in Paris under the patronage of the French Academy of Sciences. On September 9, 1783, a balloon was flown with the first living beings, a sheep, a duck, and a rooster. Sounds like the beginning of a great joke. A sheep, a duck, and a rooster all get in a big balloon and float away. Haha, what happened next? I don't know, they were literally never seen again. That same year in Paris, Jean-François Pilatier de Rosé and the Marquis de Allandé would be the first humans to lift off in a balloon. A crowd of curious onlookers gathered to witness the scene. Master Locksmith? Yeah, that's a nice one to have. Just making it way easier to deal with doors and chests and stuff. Right then. So yeah, with that we have now officially finished the year 1792. Which means we can continue with 93. And the first thing I want to do 93 is actually a heist called It Belongs in the Museum. This one is the best one for actually making a lot of money, so I'm glad we can finally play it and replay it too. But yeah, I'm gonna search for public and see if anybody joins up. If not, we can do it solo. Wouldn't be too big of an issue, I don't think. I know the mission by heart, so we can definitely do it solo as well. But yeah, usually I wanna play with others though, so let's see if we can find some players. Of course, if anybody in chat has Unity installed on PC and wants to join, you're also free and welcome to do so. If you believe around this time, France had one of the largest populations of any country in the world. Oh, was it? I didn't know about that. But yeah, it might be the case. Especially like, you know, in the location around Paris. The density must have been insane.
Night?
Did you indeed? Doing what, I wonder?
Couldn't say. They were out by the back wall around midnight, talking all quiet like. Monsieur seemed upset, kept talking about nunneries and how there wouldn't be any more soon.
Hmm. And what were you doing out by the back wall at midnight?
Nothing. Just taking the air.
No doubt. Good morning, sir.
Good conversation.
Bonjour. I hope you're well this morning.
Bonjour. Co-op is the best. Yeah, I love a co-op in this game. so fun playing with others together. According to Wikipedia, first was China, second India, and third was France in terms of population. Well, that's definitely fair. So the biggest population inside Europe then. Okay, didn't find anybody, so let's go ahead and do this alone. Indiana Jones belongs in a museum. Exactly. Love that reference to those movies.
That's Luxembourg Palace. Before the revolution, it was Paris's first museum. The artwork inside was supposed to be transferred to the Louvre, but some of it went missing. It seems the local nobility kept it for their own personal stash. Find the artwork and get it out. The assassins will return it to the Louvre. More assassins, more loot. Well, actually all but one are fake. You need to find the right one. Go!
You just need to get the DSC co-op done, but it doesn't seem impossible. Yeah, the co-op mission in the DSC is really tricky to do by yourself. It's also very difficult to find people to play with as well, because you have to do a private invitation, like a private party. But it's definitely possible, just yeah, it's kind of like a tricky one to do, because it's like super long, probably the longest co-op mission, and very tedious, and yeah, also like very tricky. So certainly best to do it with a mate or something.
Nope. Try the next one.
Co-op mission solo? Oh yeah. Time to activate crook mode. Okay. Therefore this fella to go back here. The population of China at that time was approximately the USA population circa 2000. Goes to show how crazy the boom of people has been over 200 years. Yeah, dude. It's crazy to think about. It's been that many. Does he want to move?
That's no nothing.
What the fuck? How was that not a headshot? Oh, fucking hell. I don't know how that was not counted as a headshot, but...
Come on! Come out where I can see you! How far can he be? Shit! Bad news there!
Yeah, there is actually. You can just restart the mission, and you can go to the painting I went to first actually in this try. And there's of course a 25% chance that the first painting is the right one, so you can just go there and avoid any guards. And if you don't get it immediately, you can just restart the mission until you get it, essentially. So, yeah, that's like a really easy way of getting the mission done quickly, and also secure, you don't lose any reward.
Your princess is in another castle.
Oh, never mind.
Got Michelle.
No! Still there! Shit!
Fuck.
Coming for us! Not here!
Jesus Christ.
Hell. Bloody hell. Banished the bloody mist to you.
Come on. Give me the option here.
This is it.
Alright, there we go. We got it. Oh, good enough. Got 25k as well as a bonus of 37. That's pretty good. That's mine. Ambassador heading out for lunchtime. Walk since weather's decent today. We'll probably catch you next time. Thanks for the stream. No worries at all, I'm Ambassador. I hope you enjoy the walk outside and the weather as well. And yeah, thank you so much for joining and for being here. I really appreciate it, dude. And yeah, we will catch you next time. Definitely take care. It definitely feels like I have Tor. But yeah, I played this game so much since it launched. But yeah, this version in particular I played a lot, since it's like the easiest to make money on. Also, thanks for a shout out to I'm the Bear Sutrot. Thank you for doing that. Alright. So, the next mission that is set in a specific year is actually the main story again. However, there's already a sequence 10, which means we're getting quite close to the ending at this point of the main story, and there's still quite a few things I want to be doing. So I think the next thing I'm going to be doing is actually the medieval helix rifts, because we haven't done any of these yet. And there's still a lot of information and assassin intel to find. So let's do those.
Ma parole, j'aurais tout vu.
C'est ça, ils l'ont abandonné. Qui n'a pas son exemplaire du pamphlet de la BCS?
Ah, voilà un client.
Alright, we have occupied Paris. Data harvest. This is in 1944 with the German occupation of France.
Try to get as much data as you can, but remember to leave enough time to find the assassin. Nicely done. We need all the data we can find. This one's encrypted. Wait. Wow. This should make our researchers very happy. The data is breaking down. Get to it before we lose it. Wow, this should make our researchers very happy. Good job. The more data we can get, the better. Excellent. This could hold some major Abstergo secrets. Okay, we have our agent's location. Good job. The more data we can get, the better. I think this data could really help us. Gather that data before it loses all integrity. Quick! Sending the data to the lab now. Hurry up, you're almost out of time. This data comes from deep within the Helix. Well done.
Okay, let's go to a trapped assassin now.
There, you have to save him. You need to gather that data before it loses all integrity. Quick! That's it. He should be safe now. Let's hope that contains something valuable. Ten seconds left. 5 seconds. 3, 2, 1. The simulation is breaking up. Our operative is safe and sends us thanks.
Since you're doing a parkour, this reminds you of the Animus Anomaly in Valhalla and how they take the place of the Tomb's votes from the older games. You don't like and prefer reword votes like Ezio did. That's your rant. That's definitely fair, dude. Personally, I really like them in Valhalla because of the information you find out about, you know, like the ending kind of like bits of video and how they come together. You probably haven't done all of them yet, I would assume, so I'm not gonna spoil anything. But yeah, there's a really interesting reward at the end of it. Reminds me a little bit of the Truth from AC2, or like kind of like that principle, I guess. Also similar to the clusters and Brotherhood as well. You unlike your 5th or so territory pledge. I gotcha. Yeah, fair enough. And you still got quite a bit to discover in that regard. But I wonder how you view them once you finish all of the Animus Anomaly.
We're counting on you to save our operative. He's somewhere in the simulation.
Okay, so that's new. We recently introduced a Foke who turned out to be a naughty little girl. Yeah. Yeah, I hate Foke with a passion. But she's a pretty good villain, I think. Transcribe telephone conversation between LeMay and Grammatica. Avaro, it's Melanie. Of course, hello. I'm glad you caught me. I was about to head into an experiment. Well, I just want to give you an update. The list of Sage references I gave you last week, we found a few more leads I want to investigate, and I wanted your opinion. Great. Shoot. Okay, we checked the Sample 17 lineage like you asked, but didn't find anything promising until we went back to Europe in the 5th century CE. Faint echoes of a bloodline sage sometime around the height of the Han Empire. It would be difficult to find an intact sample that far back. Yeah, thought the same. Let's see. Another sample we checked came from a local Montrealer. That sample revealed an ancestor named Arno Dorian from revolutionary France. Arno wasn't a sage himself, but initial reports suggest he may have come into contact with one. That's promising, but not ideal. I'd rather find a bloodline sage, not someone who met one. What else? One more. A singer named David Jones from England, mid-20th century. No further details on this one though. Better, but the name David Jones, there could be any of 1,000 people. That was my worry too. Let's look into the Frenchman. It's possible we could find something. Good. I put him on the back burner though. We have other leads I'd like to follow first. Whatever you think is best. Thanks, Avaro. I keep you posted. There you go. So that's how they came to discover Arno's heritage. Because they found somebody in Montreux. A random person apparently that was a descendant of Arno. She came across as a bad person as soon as you met her, and with the opportunities given, you punched both Hyven and Sigurd. They both seemed in the wrong. I mean, that's fair. Yeah, I usually don't end up punching them because, I don't know, it feels like a bit too much for having like a, you know, discussion. To go ahead and, you know, punch them for something they say. Like, I definitely understand, you know, feeling like doing it because they say a bunch of bullshit at times. And of course, also betray Ava's trust a little bit.
Try to reach it before it's gone completely. Data received. Wait, this data is encrypted. Excellent. This could hold some major Abstergo secrets. That data node is starting to desync. You better collect it before it loses all value. This one's encrypted. Wait, I think this data could really help us. This should come in useful. Hold on. Decrypting. I've been able to pinpoint our agent's location. Good. Our techs will start analyzing the data right away. I think this data could really help us. The data is desyncing. You need to collect it or it'll be gone for good. Wow, this should make our researchers very happy. The simulation will start collapsing soon. Hurry! Nicely done. We need all the data we can find. Operative located. Free. Well done. Let's hope that contains something valuable. Seconds left. 5 seconds. 3, 2, 1. Run! The simulation is collapsing. Our operative is safe and sends us thanks.
Fear she came across as a bad person as soon as you met. Ah, sorry, I read it already. You know, there's all kinds of supernatural elements in the AC games, but you like to go into it thinking that Ava wouldn't have believed any of it, and hasn't been shown a reason to think of anything of Issa or whatnot. As far as he knows, Sigurd and Hyphen are food chasing butterflies. Yeah, definitely. You know, like, obviously Ava was also like religious in some ways, and, you know, believing of the gods. But what, you know, Sigurd and Hyphen are chasing seems like, you know, white fantasy to Eivor. So definitely makes sense, you know, to have that reaction. But no DC so far for Valhalla includes Sigurd, which makes you wonder certain things canon-wise. Yeah. I know that I've read actually something from Darby regarding that. But I wouldn't want to go into details right now since Viewer hasn't finished the game yet. But from without any spoilers, I guess it wouldn't be a spoiler, is I guess that both, or like all the endings concerning Sigurd are supposed to be canon, I guess. The ways of, you know, his fate isn't like dramatically changed, right? But yeah, I guess what he said is that he intended both endings to be, I guess, reflective of your choices. Without being like too severe. Nah, that's alright, Fear. Don't worry about it.
We're counting on you to save our operative. He's somewhere in the simulation.
Good to know at least that there's some logic at work, especially given Darby wrote the main story. Yeah, certainly. Public Relations Primer. Evolution by Natural Misdirection. A Public Impression Management Primer by Dr. Alvaro Gramatica. In a lecture delivered last autumn at the Council's annual Strategies and Tactics meeting, I opened with a simple question. How much should the public know about the truth of human origins? The discussion that followed, led by myself and Mr. Rickon, was lively and covered a broad field of topics. In general, a consensus was reached on the following point. It is not in the public's best interest to have any confirmation whatsoever of the hyper-humanite species, HSD, that predates our own. To positively confirm that our own species was quite literally born in an ancient laboratory operated by a race of intellectually superior hominids would have a corrosive effect on society as a whole. The damage it could do to basic social cohesion would be catastrophic in many parts of the world, and it would jeopardize the success of many of our ongoing information campaigns. If enough proof of a precursor species were to rise above the level of conspiracy-tinged theories, our preliminary studies indicate that non-religious and liberal citizens of faith would likely go to great lengths to discover more about the strange and startling facts, but also fanatical devotions to various faiths would likely A. blindly oppose such basic truths with potentially destructive or dangerous consequences, or B. transfer the full bounty of a faith onto the precursors. We have already seen the latter scenario play out through reports of a group calling itself the Instruments of the First Will, a radical group of theo-fascists who preach, among other ideas, the natural inferiority of our species in the face of any superior species. To wit, dedicated disinformation campaigns to foment, encourage and sustain an array of conspiracy theories, tangential to actual historical and scientific facts, are a necessary component of keeping the existence of both the HSD, fossil record, and our genome sequencing project a secret. Current ongoing disinformation campaign codenames include Hot or Not, Global Warming and Climate Change, Operation Cosmic Turtle, Geocentrism, Spare Change, Evolution by Natural Selection, GT UFO, Extraterrestrial Life, Foods Gold Standard, Federal Reserve System. We propose a system of coordination between some of these campaigns to ensure that all interest in precursor fossils and sites is misdirected down harmless, somewhat fantastical avenues. However, recent efforts have been made to paint our adversaries in a less than positive light, in order to give their sporadic interactions with the first of a crazed cultish veneer. Last year, Abstergo Entertainment opted to pass over various assassin biographies as too controversial for the mass market. However, executive at Abstergo Industries countermanded these decisions, feeling that it was in our best interest to turn the public against the assassin cause, instead of pretending they do not exist. The truth will out as it always does, so it is critical that we are in control of the narrative when it does. The first handful of these virtual experiences will debut soon. Keep in mind, the vast majority of conspiracy theories, while aggravating to our rational minds, are a critical part of our governing policy. There's a certain delicious irony in the fact that adherents to these various theories, men and women who believe themselves to be courageous archaeologists of hidden truths, are in fact our first and best weapon against actual fact-finding and rational thinking. The noise they generate in pursuit of so-called simple truths through grand unifying theories of everything is a necessary component in our bid to obscure the incredible, complicated, and interconnected nature of actual history. Simplicity, therefore, is a necessary component of all disinformation. Swear by it. Therefore, A. Always encourage investigations of trivial but anomalous data points. Direct attention towards specific instances and away from general trends and patterns. And C. Always insist that some simple truth is being obscured, even when the reality of a situation is incredibly complex, with many interdependent facts. Additional business? We settled on the name Phoenix Project as our codename for the HSD genome sequencing endeavor. In light of this, our disinformation campaign to obscure the true facts of this endeavor will be known as Phoenix Rising. The next council meeting has been pushed forward by 6 months to ensure progress on this most important endeavor. We were meeting in Brussels, Belgium on June 6, 2014 to coincide with that other event, since most members of the council will already be present. Until then, contact Leticia if you have any questions. So, they try to actively, sabotage and misinform the public about anything regarding the ISU, which is the HSD species. And they're super aware, right, of how, history works together, and they're aware of the truths of history, but they try to purposefully exclude the public from it, so they can control what is coming out to light and what isn't. And of course, to also control, full like agency of anything in regards to the issue, any information. Ubisoft unveiled Project NFT. Yeah, that's next on the agenda, I think.
Good job. The more data we can get, the better. That data node is starting to desync. You better collect it before it loses all value. Wow, this should make our researchers very happy. This one's encrypted. Wait. The data is breaking down. Get to it before we lose it. Nicely done. We need all the data we can find. Excellent. This could hold some major Abstergo secrets. Wait, this data is encrypted. Wait, this data is encrypted.
Kayıp position göre.
Position triangulated. Good job. The more data we can get, the better.
Kayıp position göre.
We're losing that data. Try to reach it before it's gone completely. Wait a second. This one's encrypted.
Ouch.
Another piece of the puzzle. Well done. I think this data could really help us. Not much time now. There's the agent. Get him out. That data node is starting to desync. You better collect it before it loses all value. He's free. Well done. This data comes from deep within the helix. Well done. Keep up the good work. Seconds left. 5 seconds. 3, 2, 1. Run! The simulation is collapsing. A job well done. Our agents are never safe in the Helix, though, so help them when you can.
Damn, got 7k out of this. Oh yeah? But Ubisoft will Project NFT, every aspect of our games will only be accessible as NFTs. Even the teaser trailers for our games will have to be purchased as NFTs before viewing. The game itself will be an NFT, and all skills and upgrades and all items within the game will be individually sold as NFTs. Every cutscene will be an NFT as well. Imagine cutscene NFTs. I would buy all of them and then claim, like, you know, them all for myself. Nobody else will be able to use them. Yeah, it's kind of ridiculous, isn't it? Potential Sage List. Level 5 security clearance only. It is a federal and international crime to read or possess these documents without proper authorization. UN Charter, Special Appendix C, NGO and Corporate Benevolence waivers. Violators will be punished to the full extent of the law. Avaro. Here's an updated list of genetic memory fragments and textual sources that refer or belong to known hyper-humanoids, aka sages. Please note that this list does not imply that we have sufficient genetic memory data to directly access these experiences. only that we have located potential hotspots for investigation. There have been a handful of other references to sages and so-called immortal beings throughout history, but I have not listed those with insufficient specificity. The list is in reverse chronological order, beginning at the present and receding into the past. John Standish, born 60th of August 1975. Status: subject deceased, sample extracted, body preserved. So he's John from IT from Black Flag, the one who tries to make the protagonist be possessed by Juno, who's also the sage of Aita. David Jones, nationality possibly English, born mid-20th century, status unknown. In the 1970s and 80s, a few scattered reports of a man resembling a sage surfaced. He was said to be otherworldly, extraterrestrial, and possessed by multiple personalities. So far, these reports have proved inconclusive. Name unknown, nationality Indian, born 1885, India. Status: we have a lengthy series of memories that take place during the creation of the Indian National Congress, in which a sage is reported to appear. As yet, however, we have had no direct confirmation. Our search is ongoing. Name unknown, nationality French, born early 18th century, France. Status: we currently have enough genetic material extracted from sample 1233-55, 4223-56, and 77-75-61 to adequately investigate this lead. Our search is about to ramp up. John Bartholomew Roberts, born 1682, Wales. Status: killed and disposed of by the assassin Edward Kenway in 1722 off the coast of Africa. His body was never recovered. We're currently searching for genetic memories belonging to members of his crew and those who knew him well. So he's Black Bart Roberts from Black Flag, the one that Edward Kenway killed. However, there was one that shortly came before him, and that's Thomas Kavanagh, the one who wrote all the letters that you can find in Black Flag as well. But that's the thing. You will only want a specific code tied to those. Others will be able to buy those same things, but they were given a different code. Union. I gotcha. Yeah. I mean, that sounds fair, right? For I have dipped my hands in muddy waters, and withdrawing them, find it better to be a commander than a common man. Love how the crew is like cheering him on. It's like, yeah, take command of us. With a common man you talked about that you were, but yeah, you have very convincing arguments. Please show us the way. Thomas Kavanagh, born 1652, Boston. Status: our knowledge of Mr. Kavanagh comes from research into the life of Edward Kenway, gleaned from a series of letters collected over an 8-year period in the early 1700s. It is believed Mr. Kavanagh passed away somewhere on the northern shore of Jamaica at some point around 1706, but no intact genetic material has ever been recovered from the sage or from people who knew him. Name unknown, born late 40th century China, Hongwu Emperor's reign. Status: multiple references taken from 3 separate text sources contain descriptions of a probable sage living in the early period of the Ming dynasty. All 3 sources refer to the sage as a Confucian scholar and a member of the emperor's court. Name unknown, born 6th century Byzantium, during Justinian's reign. Status: a fragmented series of memories from a Christian bishop point to the possibility that a member of his congregation was a sage. We're currently mining for further memories from this period. And the Wanderer, born Judea. Status: believed to have encountered Christ en route to Golgotha. All references to the sage are anecdotal, however, awaiting further information. So yeah, that's all the sages they know about. But I didn't include Jamais or Jacques de Molay either. But yeah, that comes later.
C'est comme ça.
Right. Very, very nice. So let's have a look what our current progress tracker is saying here. We're currently 58% done with the game, 74% for the main story, and still got a lot of co-op missions, but definitely more than halfway through with the Paris stories as well. Got the Café Theatre done and the Enigmas. Still got loads of murder mysteries, but yeah, we got up to 50% of the Paris stories, so that's some good progress. But yeah, we still have heaps to do, so I reckon it's gonna take us at least another 2 or 3 streams, I would say, to get to the ending of the main story playthrough. And yeah, then we're still gonna be having the Dead Kings DLC as well. So yeah, there's still gonna be Unity for quite a few streams. I would say probably another 1 to 2 weeks, roughly, maybe a bit more. But you don't know what that NPC actually says, but you always hear it as Madame Lover. Yeah, I mean, it wouldn't be impossible, but he actually means that. Are the Helix missions required for 100% because you have to complete it and you hate them? Yeah, there's an option for Helix Rifts over here. However, I'm not sure, maybe you just have to... You only have to collect, finish them once to have them be 100% completed. Like for this one, the tower, I've only gotten 1 of the 2 assassin intros, but it's marked as like 100% completed. So just playing them once each is sufficient to get the percentage apparently. So it should be a bit easier. But of course the artifacts are part of it. So if you want to get the 100% artifacts, you will have to collect all of them and replay the Helix missions a couple times. So that's a bit more annoying to get, unfortunately. Oh nice, apparently I also have all the viewpoints now. Very cool. But yeah guys, this should be where we call it for today for AC Unity. Let's go ahead and quit the desktop here. And then we're gonna have a look who's online and who we can rate. Pass on the love. But first I want to thank you all so much for coming by and for joining today's stream of AC Unity. Thanks again also to all the followers, all the new ones that joined the stream. We had Akio, Salo, and KP. Thank you guys so much for coming by and for joining. And Rod, thank you also again so much for the raid earlier as well with a party of 9. Thank you so much for bringing your people over. If you guys haven't checked out Rod's channel before, I would highly recommend doing so, as he's also another big fan of Assassin's Creed. You can catch him play AC2 currently on the weekend. And yeah, he's also playing for the rest of the series too, all the way from AC1 to AC Valhalla. So yeah, for more AC content, certainly check out Rod's channel. And that's a very short. More than happy to be here and stream some AC Unity for you guys. Cheers, Dogcatcher, to you as well. I wish you all the best as well for your surgery tomorrow, dude. And yeah, keep us up to date, you know, how it's going and how you're feeling. Cheers, Aura, you have a good one as well. Thank you for being here. If that's a very short, more than happy to give you a shout out. But yeah, let's have a look who's online. We can rate. I see Cass playing some Red Dead Redemption? I'm not sure if it's online or if it's like a story. Yeah. Lucinda's also playing a Plague Tale, but I think there's a good chance she's like ahead of me at this point. So I wouldn't want to get spoiled since we go back to Plague Tale tomorrow. So yeah, I think we're gonna go say hi to Kiss, see how he's enjoying some Red Dead. And also let's find out if he's doing online or if he's doing like regular campaign as well. Cheers, Fjord. You have a good night as well. Thanks also for being here, dude. Sinner's up to chapter 14. Ah, okay, yeah. Yeah, I'm up to like chapter 8 or 9 or something. So probably best to stay away and just lurk for now. But yeah, cheers, dude, for confirming that as well again. But yeah, if you guys want to hop along with a raid and say hello to Kess, there's also some raid emotes you can put into the chat. And yeah, I shall be back tomorrow with a Plague Tale Innocence. Until then, I hope you all have a great rest of the day, and I will catch you next time. Take care, guys.